Someday he'll be our video director.
That's it. All right. We'll call this meeting to order. This is the regular meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission. Today is Thursday, November 18th, 2021. Time is 5:30. This meeting will be continued until all items are complete. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence to honor our veterans, members of the armed forces, and first responders.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, if everybody could take a moment to take a look at their cell phones, and please make sure they are powered off, on silent, or on vibrate. And Mayor, you have proclamations or awards?
Yes, I have two. All right. We have a proclamation recognizing November 14th, 2021 as World Diabetes Day and November 2021 as Diabetes Awareness Month here in Flagler Beach. Whereas the American Diabetes Association estimates that nearly 34 million people in the United States are afflicted or affected by diabetes, and another 88 million are still at risk for developing pre-diabetes. And whereas having diabetes elevates the risk of heart disease, amputation, kidney failure, and blindness, causing serious hardship for families across not only our county, but our state and our nation. Whereas diabetes screenings and self-management education will help individuals in the recognition of the symptoms of diabetes and provides an opportunity to follow suggestions for living a quality lifestyle. And whereas the International Diabetes Federation has established November 14th, 2021 as World Diabetes Day to educate citizens on ways to predict if someone is at risk for the disease and to help recognize the symptoms of diabetes and to follow suggestions for living a quality lifestyle while they endure the affliction. And whereas Flagler Beach and Advent Health Palm Coast together recognize that the growing number of diabetes in our community make a strong case for devoting more resources to helping find a cure, provide screenings, education, and support in the required lifestyle changes. And whereas Advent Health Palm Coast Foundation has formed the Diabetes Alliance. This alliance represents Flagler County Schools, Flagler County Health Department, Flagler County Free Clinic, Flagler County's EMT, Flagler Beach Police, Flagler and City Hall make corporate and private citizens that are all dedicated to beating diabetes. And whereas the alliance will kick off November diabetes awareness efforts in Flagler Beach by flying the Alliance flag, distributing diabetes resource bags, lighting up the town blue, and a logo campaign throughout the city to continue efforts to raise awareness and educate our community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Flagler Beach City Commission that we hereby recognize November 14th, 2021 as World Diabetes Day and proclaim November 2021 as Diabetes Awareness Month in Flagler Beach to increase community awareness of the risk factors and symptoms related to diabetes in order to improve the likelihood that people with diabetes will seek medical attention to avoid the devastating complications of the disease. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioners, for allowing us again to be in front of you and talk about diabetes and a cause that is affecting our community greatly. You always start the month of November that turns blue, and I saw the blue lights outside, and that is wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Penny. But raising the the flag and actually flying the flag in Veteran Park for the month is a huge kickoff for us for November, and just getting the education out there about diabetes. And we have some great resources here in our community to educate people and care for people who have diabetes. So this is just a great recognition, and thank you very much for the proclamation. And I'd love to get another picture with our flag if that's available. Elaine and I will be right up.
With the flag, too.
I know. I know. She is an ally. Imagine that.
Here you go, John.
Oh, I'm going to come over here with you, Sue. So,
Okay. Okay.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you.
Mr. Belhumer, you are a champion of ours. You are a champion of ours. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been part of the Alliance since its inception, so I will continue to be so. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good night.
Happy Thanksgiving. All right, we have another proclamation, Local Great American Cleanup 2021 proclamation. Whereas Keep America Beautiful is the nation's leading community improvement nonprofit organization that envisions a country in which every community is a clean, green, and beautiful place to live, and has established the Great American Cleanup as its signature national effort for involving American citizens in improving their community environment. Whereas the Keep America Beautiful Great American Cleanup is the country's largest community improvement program that includes more than 15,000 events each spring. This national program engages more than 500,000 volunteers and participants who take action in their communities to create positive change and lasting impact. Whereas the City of Flagler Beach seeks to protect its natural resources and bring people together to transform public spaces into beautiful places. Whereas the City of Flagler Beach recognizes its commitment to engage citizens, civic and government officials, and business leaders to work together to end littering, improve recycling, and beautify America's communities. Whereas the City of Flagler Beach is committed to elevate the importance of volunteerism and motivate everyone in our community to become stewards of the environment. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Susie Johnston, do hereby proclaim this November Keep America Beautiful Month and call upon our citizens to join in activities that promote responsible environmental stewardship and help us renew our commitment to building a better world today and for future generations. So declared on this 18th day of November, 2021. Now, if anyone has helped in a beach cleanup, picked up trash, come up front and let's get a group photo. And that should be everyone in this room. Come on, William. I know there's a lot of you guys that showed up. Come on, seriously.
Or put up a cigarette butt receptacle.
We can promote this. Pick up your trash in the town. Pick up when you go to the beach.
Sorry. Oh, you're fine.
We're also going to be starting recycling.
No one else has picked up trash that's in the
I pick
audience?
up trash every morning.
Come on.
There you
You
go.
got me, okay?
There you go.
Everybody.
Don't be shy.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that's what we thought.
You know you've done that.
Don't take it.
Pick up trash. I'm not saying
There you go.
You don't make it, you will.
All right, good.
All right, and thanks everybody for pitching in. I noticed a lot of those folks are very modest about it. They're like, I pick up trash all the time, but I don't need recognized for it.
Well, not only that, this commission actually passed a new ordinance this year on trash and litter, which actually helps to promote, America being beautiful, as well as we also are putting up the cigarette butt receptacles to help mitigate some of the cigarette butts that are plaguing our community as well. So we're all doing a great job.
All right, next item, we have deletions and changes to the agenda. Couple things to know under consent agenda item 6. There is no meeting minutes for October 28th. However, the other ones will stand. On the second page, there's a couple little numbering nuances, very minor. But we'll be keeping track of our items just by topic.
I didn't even notice that.
Very minor.
I've corrected it on where I'm keeping track.
Yep. Just to help everybody keep track. Any other call outs on deletions or changes to the agenda?
Just one item, I'm sorry, item number, item 8, the interlocal agreement. There was there's been a correction to page 5 of the agreement. It referred to the Bunnell Old City Hall, and it's been corrected to the commission chambers here. I have it on my copy.
Under item 7, you mean?
Yeah, the election agreement.
Yes, 7, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And the minutes with the changes are which ones?
October 28th is getting
They're
struck.
just removed.
No, but you said the numbering was wrong in one of the minutes? Or?
No, on this
on this
agenda.
one.
Oh,
On the current agenda, yeah.
Okay.
There's just some numbering nuances on the back. We're going to tackle them in the usual order, though. All right, any other call-outs on consent agenda, or not consent agenda, on deletions or changes?
Oh, gotcha.
All right. Move on to public comment. This is for comments that are not on the agenda. Citizens are encouraged to speak. However, comments should be limited to 3 minutes. We ask that you start with your name and address, and we ask that the audience just remain silent, no reactions, clapping, booing, or anything like that, and let everybody speak freely. And so any citizens wish to speak to items not on the agenda, you can come on up. Nothing?
Wow, they're here for things on the agenda. How about that?
All right. Last call?
Don't beg.
Yep. All right. Seeing none, we'll close public comment, and we'll move on to consent agenda, which is item 6. We have minutes for October 26, 2021. We have workshop minutes for the October 27, 2021, special meeting minutes for October 27, 2021, and then we have the interlocal agreement. Does anybody want to pull anything?
No, as long as Penny said the one thing was corrected.
Okay. All right.
So do we have to make a motion as amended?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
All right, I'll open this up, public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on items on the consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimous. General business, we have presentation and award for the telemetry system, the amount of $941,840.51. And City Manager, you want to take that one?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. We're going to call a representative national metering in just a moment, but I have a few comments first. In your agenda packet, you'll find a background write-up. The award amount not to exceed $941,840.51 is the high benchmark. Let me just kind of explain this. When I came here in May, I had a whole stack of things that were undone. And again, many of them were due to the untimely death of the previous manager. And they just were waiting until someone could pick them up. And this was one of the ones that was in the stack that I felt was very, very important. It's my opinion that the city is losing water and therefore revenues. We need to address this situation every day. Our staff has to deal with readings that are in error and all kinds of other problematic items. And what had happened was Mr. Newsom had gone through a very extensive effort to write bid specifications that matched our system, including, the compatibility with our billing software and things like that, because it doesn't do any good to put meters in the system that won't talk to your accounting systems. So everything, when I came in, I checked everything and I made sure that everything was consistent. I found that it was, and then I began conversations, including the city attorney, to go and check the documentation and make sure everything was good, that we had a good competitive bid situation. And the more we looked at it, the more we found that, yes, things had been left in good order, and we would suggest that you could take it up off the table in terms of the bid documents from last June, and take a look at that and move forward. Now, the quantities have changed because it was kind of a frozen moment in time when the bids were due on June the 5th. Sometime in early June of 2020, the number of meters that needed to be replaced was higher than the numbers of meters that need to be replaced now, because we've had a few emergencies that we've had to address, and we've had to replace meters that were zero reads. They just stopped. They quit working. Our meters are very, very old that are out in the ground. And so that basically means that your cash register, when it comes to water sales and sewer sales, is not functioning properly. And that means not only revenue loss to the city, it means unfair bills to the city's customers, and it means that we are not accounting for, in a proper manner, all of our water usage. So that was the situation that occurred when I came. As I said, we picked up everything, we looked at it carefully, and we addressed this, I believe, in our budget discussions over the summer, and thankfully the commission did allocate $850,000, and the staff had put a previous amount of around $200,000 back in anticipation of someday being able to move forward on the official bid award. So that's where we are right now. All of the documentation is in your packet. And at this point, I'd like to ask if Penny would call the president of National Metering Services, Bill Castle. I'd like for Bill to be on the phone and explain, their company, the product that you're going to get. I have found them to be extremely responsive to the questions that the city asked, and there's been a number of briefings and meetings held. And basically, I feel like the city has put this decision off as long as it possibly can. And we've looked at the numbers, and basically somewhere between 1 and 2 years, we'll get all our money back just from lost water sales. So I think it's a good financial move for the city, and I'd like to see if Mr. Castle could address the commission briefly, and then we'll open it up for questions as you desire, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any questions for city manager before we begin with the phone call? No. All right.
And I do have other staff members here who have worked on this project with me, so if I need to call them up to answer questions, they're available.
Okay, and Penny, we'll turn it over to you.
He was merging the call with the vice president. Okay, I'm going to put you guys on speaker for a second. Can you say something to make sure everyone can hear you?
Sounds good.
All right. And,
I could say something else.
and Chair, can you say something to ensure that he can hear you?
All right, can you hear us okay if we have questions?
Yes.
All right, that works. All right, we will turn it over to you. You can take it away.
Okay, you're going to turn it over to me is what I got. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Bill Castle, president and owner of National Metering Services. We placed a bid on the water meter replacement project, FB 20602, and I believe we were the apparent low bidder. If you have any questions about our abilities or our processes, feel free to interrupt me. I would like to start with the meter product that was selected. It is currently compatible with your system and easily upgradable to the newest state-of-the-art software by Neptune Technologies. Neptune Technology Group is the oldest meter manufacturer in the United States. All of its materials and parts are made in the United States. And with the current situation with supply and circuitry shortages, Neptune, of all the meter manufacturers right now, is not experiencing any delays due to material deliveries. Everything is made by their facilities in Alabama. They have a proven track record, and my firm has worked with them since 1995. And we installed Neptune products in utilities. I don't know if you are familiar with Suez Water. They are the largest water purveyor in the world. We are currently installing 90,000 units for them. And American Water. They are the largest privately owned water utility in the United States. We were installing for them prior to COVID 150,000 Neptune endpoints and meters. It's a robust system, and it's known for its accuracy and resiliency. A little bit about National Meter. We are a meter installation company. We are meter agnostic, meaning that we do not endorse anyone's product or knock it, so to speak. But when we are the prime contractor, we select Neptune for the reason of, at the end of the day, if there's a failure with a product, I, as the contractor, am responsible. And I know when I'm putting in Neptune products, I can go to bed at night and sleep soundly knowing that there will not be an action on a bond like I've heard about some of the other manufacturers that just show up and say they can do things that they can't. Neptune has been proven time and time again by the large water utilities and by my own experience with them personally. We have a facility right over in Daytona Beach, Florida, and we are currently installing the exact same system for St. Augustine and Ormond Beach. All right, two of your closest neighbors. And recently, the city of Daytona is looking at using Neptune products with their system and within their system. Other Neptune projects going on in Florida. We are under contract in Hillsborough County, Florida, for 75,000 meter upgrades using Neptune products. And again, over in Marion County, where we're replacing 12,000 meters, again with Neptune products. And we are using Neptune meters in Toho water utility. And Rich, do we have anything else with Neptune in the local area that I might be overlooking? Oh, we did McIntosh, Florida. I'm sorry, McIntosh, Florida. And Gulfstream, Florida.
Did you mention Hillsborough County?
Yes, I did mention Hillsborough County. Yes. Okay. The Neptune system we offered is a mobile system, which means once it's fully installed and deployed, your meter reading tech he could either walk down the streets and the radio signals would be captured and saved into either the cloud or the belt clip, or more effectively drive down. It's a more powerful radio receiver, and it reads a longer range. And just with a standard zigzag pattern going up and down the streets, we'd be able to read the entire town in maybe 4 to 5 hours. And that would be including some of the remote settings. It's a powerful radio. It does not interfere with anything. It operates in the 900 megahertz bandwidth, which is the same as a garage door opener or a baby monitor. It will not cause any harm. It's the unlicensed bandwidth. And the system is upgradable to be converted to what we call AMI, where we can install a tower or a data collection unit that would collect all the radio signals, and you could read the meters from your central office without leaving the building. The equipment does have leak detection equipment on it. It'll give you reports of continual flow. It does have high-low alarms that will alert that this customer seems to be using an inordinate amount of water. You might want to go check and see if they have leaks or see if everything's okay. Or a low consumption, which could be tampering or other issues going on at the property. It interfaces easily with your billing system, and I believe you're already using Neptune equipment, so it's already interfaced. And that's where we come in with National Meter. When we change the meter, we capture all the data of the new meter and the old meter in the field. We enter it into our meter data manager, which then exports into the Neptune software, so your billing clerks will not have to do any data entry. Everything will be automatic from our end. I believe we already interfaced with your billing system when we did some emergency services work a few years ago, and I believe it went seamless. Sometimes with the initial startup, there may be a few glitches, but they do it in a test environment, so it doesn't affect anything in billing. Our process is a tried and true system of what we do. All customers are notified from the data that you give us with the addresses of the service accounts, where we will do a direct mailing. We explain to them what we will be doing in writing, and before we do the mailing, we work with your utility and your teams as selected to put together the notice. It is all approved before we do the mailing. And if there are special needs customers, they can call our customer service unit, where we will schedule the appointment for the water termination and meter installation and turn back and restoration. Very rarely do we have that, but there are at times customers that do need water or they do need notice before they can be turned off. Once we do our direct mailing, within a week after the mailing, our men will start installing the meters. Prior to installing the meter, they go up to the home. They make an effort to contact the customer, let them know what they will be doing outside, and the water service interruption will occur for about 10 minutes. If they do not find anyone at home, they will go out to the meter box and see if any water is running through the meter, see if there's any positive registering on the meter. If there is none, they will terminate water service at that moment, change the meter, restore water service, and go back to the home and flush the lines through the hose bib. During that time, while they're flushing, they will put a callback card on the door that said, we changed the meter, this was your outread, here's the instructions, you may experience some air in the line, here's the instructions to flush a line. We made the effort to flush them on the outside. Sometimes there may be a little bit of residual air. And so please flush your lines. Any questions, there's a toll-free number that they can call. And if there's an emergency, we have after-hours service where we can get in touch with the local staff to help remediate any issues that a customer may have with water. When we change the meter, we replace the gaskets. We swab the meter ends with a solution that is 1 part chlorine to 4 parts water to dilute it, just to get the meter thread sanitized. We replace the gaskets. We dig out below the meter so there's no contamination into the lines of any soil or any residual waste, and remove the waste. when we put the meter in, we pressurize the line and check to make sure it's a watertight seal. And we take our installation photos of before, after, during, and final installation, showing that the meter box is closed, the site has been restored to its original condition or better. If we do find water off at the property upon arrival, when we take our pre-installation photo, we place a blue meter tag through the valve indicating that the water was off on arrival. We will leave that tag on after we change the meter and take our final installation photos. That tag will remain in place, so if we have a no water call, we know that the water was left off when we arrived. Once the work is done, all work is documented and it's uploaded into the cloud, where our data service unit takes all of the information from the installation work order. They cross-check it against the photos and input the additional data into our servers. And that's when our transfer files are ready they're ready by the close of business the following day to transfer the data over to your servers. Now, if you're using a third-party billing company, they may charge you for the import, so we would work with you on reducing any potential transfer costs. Most it's minimal if they do charge you for any transfers, but overall we can arrange it to be weekly, daily, or monthly, whatever you prefer, or we can even set it up on our customer portal where you can download it yourself for your billing data. You will also have access to all of our information on our customer portal, our MDM, at National Meters. So if your utility staff have any questions, they can go into the portal, and like Rich would say, if you can buy a pair of pants on Target or Walmart.com, you can operate our portal. You can't change any information, but you can confirm our information for the account, and you can review the installation photos, dates and times when we were at the property. We also offered the exit testing of all meters, so all meters being removed will be tested at our facility, and we can give you a return on investment estimate on performance of your old meters. So if there should be a claim by a customer that the new meter is running faster than their old meter, well, you now have scientific data to say to the customer, it's not that your new meter's running fast, that your old meter was underperforming, and you'll have the percentages. And we do the test based on the AWWA standards. We did change under emergency conditions, I believe it was between 200 and 400 meters that had stopped, and it was my observation these meters were in excess of 25 years old. Meters are guaranteed by the manufacturers, but 20 years and older is a long time. The meters should be upgraded within 10 to 12 years after purchase. In most cases, 15 to 20 years is pushing it a little bit, but some of them were even in excess of 20 years. I know as I'm getting older, I'm running slower. I don't believe meters are running any faster, so you are losing water and you're losing revenue. And that's why something like this is very important, to keep up on the accuracy of your meters, and new meters will pick up the losses. You'll also have the benefits of reduced time of staff trying to read meters or trying to collect data. It's all automatic, and it's very seamless once it's done. Any questions so far?
Any questions so far? Shane?
Salt is always a problem at the beach. I assume this is something that has been addressed. Salt tolerance.
Mr. Castle, did you hear the
Sorry.
question about salt
didn't hear that.
tolerance? Salt tolerance with these meters being near the beach and in those kinds of salt environments?
The meters are made of brass. I heard, is there a salt tolerance? Yes. The meters, in my experience, are coming with, they're all bronze. The composites in the register are resistant to the elements. They are hermetically sealed at the factory. It's a heavy-duty polymer resin, and they are resistant to UV and the harsh environments of salt water. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if this is a question for him or for you, but I know somewhere in Larry's presenting all this to us, one of the selling points to me was that if I have a leak, I'm going to get instant notice that I have a leak. Is that part of this, or is that a phase two?
Phase two, we would have instant access to that information. Phase one, I think we could look it up, is my understanding. Can you address that, Mr. Castle?
I'm sorry, that did not come through too clear. Was it, I heard something about a leak?
Yeah, the leak detection data in terms of its access and accuracy. This is a two-phase project where phase one is radio read, phase two is tower read. What is the leak detection information availability on the radio read?
On the standard drive-by radio read, it's available immediately. You could, but you have to go out into the field to get the readings and monitor. Once it does go to the AMI, which would be the tower read, you could do what they call a demand read. You can pull up the information from your remote location, which would be a terminal, a dedicated terminal, or a dedicated site within Flagler Beach.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, and there's no transition with this. For example, if a natural disaster hit and you had your DCU up on a tower and you lost the tower or it was damaged in some way that wasn't functioning, you could send your men out with the truck and a laptop or one of our test units that we use in the field, we'll call the belt clip, adapted to your computer. You can still go out and read the meters uninterrupted. Instead of doing it instantly, it'll take you a few hours to drive through town and collect your data.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Amelia, is that all you have?
I'm done, yeah.
Commissioner Phillips?
Can you answer my question? How long do you anticipate it will take to replace all the meters in our city?
I believe the bulk of this job will be done in 90 days, and we'll probably have some outlying issues or issue accounts, as we call them, that will take up the remaining 30, where we'll find some odd scenarios that were not covered because it's uncovered work, and we will come back to Flagler if there is any issue, such as maybe a meter had burst and the plumber came out and he took the meter out and he just put in a solid piece of pipe or removed the couplings. We would ask for guidance on that, or if there's main valves that are not working, and if that's not covered by the specifications, we're going to ask what you would want us to do. Are you going to put the repair of any bad plumbing on the customer, or are we going to do it and work something out? I would say we'd be within 10% within 90 days.
Okay, thank you.
So if we're doing 3,000 meters, we probably have about 300 that would be, there might be some we couldn't locate, and we're asking Flagler Beach staff to help us.
Okay, thank you.
And you know, that's so the bulk of the job will be done in 90 days.
Okay.
But there are always some unforeseen issues.
Okay, thank you.
And we address them readily.
And then, Mr. Whitson, is there a reason why we're phasing this? We're not going directly to the towers? Is it because of cost?
Yes, ma'am. It's another $200,000 or $300,000 to go all the way up to the top level, and we felt that the best approach would be to start with the radio read, get all the bugs worked out, see the kinks worked out, and then as we grow the system, perhaps we could afford to go ahead and take the next step after that, because once you have phase one in, it's like almost automatic to go to phase two. It just requires you to find a tower location and to equip the tower properly.
And pay for it.
Commissioner Bryan.
Yeah, I have three questions, and one has to do with the towers. So when we do go with the phase two, would we have to build the towers or rent space on other towers?
Haven't crossed that bridge yet, but they may have some comments on that.
I did a site survey before this project came out when I met with your staff regarding the emergency services, and Sun State had a representative there, the Neptune representative, and where we were scouting out potential spots, and I believe there was a water tank at the DPW yard that was high enough, so you would be using existing assets. You would have to have you would be able to mount it to your existing asset. I remember seeing that with, I believe it was Mr. Watts, and it would be a matter of the cost of the DCU, which I don't have available, but it'll be that, and then the labor to install a DCU.
Okay.
And possibly some electric. I don't recall if there was electric on site, or it might be the cost of an electrician running an extension from on-site power. But we were not far from city assets at that yard. So I believe the propagation study that was done or was going to be done, and I think they already targeted that area.
Okay, next question is there a trade-in value on our old scrap meters? Mr. Whitson knows that I'm always looking at trade-in value on scrap, like I am on the manhole covers. So is there any kind of value with those, or do we just discard them?
Mr. Castle, you want to take that one? I know the answer, but you go ahead.
Yes, there is salvage credit coming to you for your meters. Now, if you want the meter testing program, there's a charge because there's shipping and handling with the meter testing, and there's the labor and the test itself. That would be about $8. Okay, and I'm looking at the pricing page as bid, and I don't see testing as part of this bid.
Okay.
So if you elected to do the meter testing, we would defer costs
Right.
Of the $8 per unit doing the mass change out, and we would give you a $5 per unit credit, and that would be a net cost to you for the meter testing of $3 per unit tested.
Okay, I'm
So it's
always
kind of
looking
a
for
trade.
Yeah, I'm looking for nickels, dimes, quarters.
Yeah.
And the last question is having to do with community outreach. What would you suggest in that respect as far as our constituencies? Because when I was at St. Augustine and we implemented a program up there, there was pushback from some crazy thoughts about being monitored by the meters. I swear I'm serious. So what would you suggest in regard to community outreach with our customers?
Community outreach. You're up in St. Augustine. I don't know. I heard everybody laughing. I don't know if you took a shot at me there.
No. I used to live in St. Augustine. I'm in Flagler Beach now. I'm in the great city.
All right. Our community outreach program is as diverse as every community we work for. We recommend, before we even do our notice, that a joint notice go out from the community in the form of a letter stating, from Flagler Beach, National Meter has been contracted, explain the details of the project, and to tell customers, we don't put our phone number or website on that initial one because it generates calls. We want them to know in that letter, please wait for National Meter to send you a direct mailing, and they will get a notice from us directly when we're working in their neighborhood, so they know that we're there. Everybody is in uniform. Everybody's in and part of the outreach is identifying our staff. They're all in uniform. They're all in a company vehicle. They are all wearing ID. They are all registered with the local authorities.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Oh, I'm sorry, one other thing. We also, in the community outreach, let your residents know there is no reason for anyone to enter your home.
Great.
All right? So, because it's a sad day, but scam artists do pick up on these programs, and they say, and they start impersonating. I haven't run into this issue in Florida, but we've had it in other states. And they say they're coming in to inspect the water, and people hear about something that was advertised in a newspaper about a meter program. So I like to put it out there that, and they get in there and they scam the elderly. I like to put it there. There's no reason for National Meter or any city representative to enter your home.
Okay, awesome.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have one more popped up.
Commissioner Mealy?
When we get to the towers, do we need a tower on this side of the bridge and another one on the other side of the bridge, or would a tower?
Alan, have y'all done the analysis yet?
Alan, can you
Okay.
come up to the mic?
It sounds like it'll be a three-part read, but Alan, you want to come up and
Come on up, Alan.
Sorry, Alan.
There would be, we did a general analysis when this first started. Bill Castle came down and some other representatives. It'd be a tower set up on the water tower on the south end of town. We'd have to get with some kind of an agreement with the Aliki down here, and then the other one would be put over at the wastewater plant.
Thank you.
You bet.
I was thinking about the Aliki.
Any other questions?
No, I don't have any. I asked a lot of these same questions during our one-on-one meetings. I would just hope that part of our community outreach would be a separate letter, not something in the middle of the water bill,
Oh, yeah,
because it gets overlooked.
yeah.
So.
Okay. And the call-outs?
I have to say, you're right with that. The separate community outreach is what we endorse. Anything that ends up on a utility bill is usually when we have non-cooperative customers, if their meter is in a locked gate or in an easement that's not accessible. But yes, an individual letter stating that, not on the water bill, advising of the project is much more successful.
Thank you.
The callouts I had first are you don't get the benefits of the program until you go to the towers. The benefit, being able to identify a water leak for a customer, for ourselves, for any of those things, it comes off real-time reads. If you are still in phase one, you're going to be reading meters once a month, which means you're not going to pick up problems immediately. If I was to have a recommendation or thought, it would be, we can do this, but we need, as a city, to move into phase two sooner or later, or you're going to do this and you're not going to get the benefits until sometime down the line. And a big portion of the ROI is real-time leak detection. We have, an estimated very high water loss now. And if you're pinging these meters once a month, you're not going to hit them the way they should be. So if we move to phase two quickly, you're capturing the ROI. You're not delaying it, if that makes any sense. And I wanted to get y'all's thoughts on that, because this is going to be something that, for instance, if we move to the phase two sooner to capture that money and that ROI, that would be something that was not budgeted this year. It would probably be budgeted next year, but this is something that should be done sooner than later, and it pays for itself. What did y'all think about that?
That's up to you all. We budgeted enough to get phase one going, and if you want to accelerate it, that would take a budget amendment. And at this point, the way the plan is proposed is that we proceed now with phase one and then budget for phase two, should you so desire, next fiscal year.
Thoughts?
It's my understanding that each and every one of these meters that needs to be replaced is going to be tested So we know how inaccurate the ones coming out were.
Correct. Our initial estimate of ROI is 1 to 2 years, but when we get the real data from the field, we'll know the exact number.
I can personally attest to, and it wasn't a meter that was anywhere near 25 years old, but the meter at my house just suddenly quit working. 1 month, it was only a couple hundred gallons, and then the next month it was 0. So I contacted the city and they went and replaced it. But these ones that are bad that get replaced are going to have an immediate impact without going through the billing process, just by getting rid of the bad ones. So I think it's going to take a little time to get everything done. There's going to be some different hiccups along with this, putting these in, because they're different lines. You got galvanized lines, you got copper lines, you've got plastic ones, and different sizes. So that's all going to be part of getting this done. But I think we already knew that we were going to probably address this at next year's budget, which really isn't that far off already.
It's not too far. It's just a little.
But like I said, I think it will have an immediate impact just by replacing and getting rid of the ones that are bad, and people that are getting bills with zeros that don't tell City Hall that that's the case.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with what Rick, I understand what you're saying, but I think what William said about let's iron the kinks out of this, let's get the system in, let's iron out, whatever problems there may be that we don't anticipate, and then go next year into the next phase of it. I forgot what else I was going to say. That's enough.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
I'd like to make a recommendation that we go ahead and get a consensus to move forward to start with the program now and budget for next year's second phase.
Yeah, agreed.
Well, we will be looking for a motion.
Got a motion for that?
I think what Commissioner Bryan was saying was just to get a read of the commission on the attitude.
Or next budget.
Yeah, not so much a formal action tonight on that. I think it was just a secondary item. He was asking for kind of a read on the rest of the commissioners.
Correct.
Yeah, the motion would be to approve or not approve that.
Right. And that's not what Commissioner Bryan was talking about.
I understand.
Right.
You want a consensus for
I
next
want a
year?
consensus, and then we can go ahead and move for a motion.
Okay.
Is everybody good with the consensus part of it, putting the phase 2 on next year's budget?
Oh, that was going to be my other question. You did say we could have a budget amendment, but is there money in the budget to amend?
I'll put Kathleen on the spot. I asked her multiple times, and she is working on where we are with our cash. She's doing a cash analysis. She's doing, an evaluation, and we're not quite done with that assessment yet. I would imagine in the next 30 to 60 days, we would know whether we could move sooner and afford it, or whether we should wait.
That is true. I'm not rolling quarters and dimes yet, but I am definitely counting. We've got many projects going on, and you'll see later, the encumbrance out of last year's budget in the utility fund is $1.3 million. So yeah, definitely need to have some time to get caught up on that one. But I'm making a really elaborate report. You're going to love it. Got numbers, squares, all sorts of
Not as much as you love it.
hopefully big numbers at the bottom after everything is done.
Commissioner Bryan.
Yeah, and in light of the fact that by the time we issue the contract and get this thing moving and they start implementing it, we're probably going to be looking at next year's budget anyway, correct?
Yes, we're going to be into the budget process in the spring and summer, and that'll be kind of where we are when we know where we are as far as the implementation. So I've asked Kathleen to begin the analysis of our cash position to see, what we can do. And I think, if you want, we could bring it back in the May, June timeframe, but you're only talking 90 days from the new fiscal year at that point. So that's where we would be.
As best I remember, when we did this year's budget, this kind of depleted our reserves in the utilities.
That's why I asked the question.
That's why I'd like to just go ahead and kind of focus on the next budget.
Right.
Okay, so the only other question, I'm getting a lot of feedback, Penny.
Well, because everybody has their mic open and I have to have this.
The only other question is, if we're going to go into phase 2, the only thing that is needed is towers. We're not going to have to change the heads on the actual reading units. Is that correct?
That's correct. The only thing we would need to do if we went to phase 2 is to set up the towers, purchase the equipment, and line up the software. And that would be a charge that we would ask National Metering to come back. They did an estimate. We have that information. It's somewhere in the range of $250,000 to $300,000 at this point. But again, giving the staff an opportunity to make a run at them, I'll bet we could bring that number down a little bit.
Okay.
And just so I understand, we will no longer need meter readers then at that point if we have the towers. Is that true?
No, we would need meter readers, but you could just push the button and get an instant read just from Maria's desk.
Okay.
So you kind of need meter verifiers in case there's a problem.
Change outs, maintenance, those kind of things. But just to give you a sense, and the public a sense of what you're talking about here, it takes us, what, Maria, 2 to 3 weeks to read meters right now, if we're lucky?
A whole month.
It takes almost a whole month.
A meter reader by themselves?
Come up.
A meter reader by themselves takes them a whole month. By the end of the month, when I need to have everything done and sent to the billing company, is when our meter reader by herself was finishing with the reads. I know that customers noticed a change in their read dates, and that is, I've had a lot of questions about that, and that is, we were getting the reads done sooner because we had 2 people reading. There was 2 people working together on the reading, and the reads were getting done sooner because there was 2 people working. But when we have 1 meter reader and there's finals to be done, there's turn-ons, there's turn-offs, there's shut-offs, it really takes the whole month. And when she's completely done with reading, I still have to calculate bills, and only then do I see what's missing. And we still have to go out and get all the reads that I'm still missing in order to finish the billing cycle to send out to email and getting it printed. And what you said about people knowing about high water reads and stuff, what I've been trying to do as a courtesy to our customers and to try to help the meter reader, instead of going out there and doing check for leaks every single day, as the reads are coming in, I have printed out all the high reads. I have gone through every single account, and anybody that's high reads, I will try to get a hold of the customer and tell them, did you do something different? Maybe you have a running toilet. Especially this book that I just did, I had over 20 accounts, or 20 to 25 accounts that I've called, and I've had customers call me back and tell me that, yes, I had a running toilet. Thank you. That's great that you guys do that. The only time that I do, which is cut back on some work orders, check for leaks, is if I cannot get a hold of the customer, which I've told customers to please send us your information, call City Hall, give us your phone number, give us your email, update. Every time we talk to a customer, we've been trying to do that. But I do try to catch all those high reads and get a hold of the customers. Sometimes there's one I might miss because it is a lot of accounts. I'm only one person. But yeah, it does take all month, and sometimes the meter reader's here late, and I'm here late or on weekends trying to get the bills out on time, because I know our customers are used to getting the bills out on time, and thank God even with the pandemic, we have never been gotten our bills out late. And I've been explaining to the customers, so if you get any questions about, oh, now my date is going to change again, because right now, we're in the process of hiring another meter reader, but we're down to one meter reader again. So this month, their reads are going to go back to what they usually were prior to when we had two people doing it.
So just to give you, to tie a bow on this, you're talking about reducing efforts from a whole month to 5 to 6 hours. It's a huge efficiency, not to mention her time, as well as overtime. I mean, this is a game changer for us.
And that's 4 to 6 hours without the towers.
Correct. If once the tower goes in,
it's just a push of a button.
15 minutes.
I think that'll help a lot with check for leaks, with the leaks, because customers are really appreciative when you do get a hold of them. I know it's something they don't want to hear. Well, you have 20-something thousand gallons or 30,000 gallons, but they rather hear it than wait until they get their bill at the end of the month, and now this is ran for another. And we do have a couple of customers that now we're waiting to see what happens with this, but that have called and said, there is a problem. I have zero read. My meter is not reading and I am here. So we do have some honest, because they're afraid that, what's going to happen when it does start. But there are some customers that have called in and have made us aware that they do have zero reads.
And Mr. Whitson, who's the backup?
She is Jenna.
So I guess what I'm asking is, if this lady goes out.
A lot of institutional memory goes out the door, sir.
All right,
we're thin.
Out there.
Our bench is awesome, but it's thin.
Okay, right. Any other comments before we open this up to public comment? No questions? Okay, we'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? If you can, come on up. All right, come on up. If you can, please state your name and address.
Chris Novak, 2005 South Central Avenue. I just want to give you a little bit of more information. I've been working here as a temp. One of my assignments was to look at the zero reads and actually look them up in the system. And I just want you to know that list was about that big. That many sheets of accounts that I went through. So it is a serious problem right now. And I think you're going to see a lot of revenue change from that. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this agenda item? Are you speaking as the public?
Well, I don't know. Am I not allowed to come up and speak anymore? I didn't know. I am somewhat public, but I don't live in Flagler Beach. I just wanted to add, too, that, this is going to be a great system when you consider how much growth we are going to start experiencing here. We have the two huge developments going up on Roberts Road. We have that whole water district down Roberts Road all the way to Dixie Highway. So that's, this is great to get this in now, and then we can just add on to it. And, so that will, even though it may seem like, staff's only going to be working 6 hours to do this, but we're going to have a lot of growth and a lot of things happening in this area with this new, with all the growth that's coming. So that's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, close public comment. Any final questions or thoughts?
No.
Look for a motion.
Make a motion to approve Phase 1 of the water meter replacement project to National Metering.
To award RFP number FP 200602.
Yes.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Drew, this isn't roll call, is it?
Go ahead and do a roll call, please.
Yes. Penny, if you can.
Commissioner Bryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Belham?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy? Yes. Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Chair Cooley?
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. Item 9, application.
Thank you, Mr. Castle.
Mr. Castle, we're going to hang up. Thank you, sir. We'll be in touch.
Thank you all very much. Enjoy your night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have an outdoor entertainment permit request for Sun Brothers Cafe. And Penny, this one's yours?
Yes, sir. We have two items on the agenda tonight for outdoor entertainment permits. Both of these were reviewed by the Planning and Architectural Review Board, and the first one for Sun Brothers was approved unanimously, and they recommended the commission approve it as well.
All right. Questions or comments from the dais, and then we'll let you talk here a second. Commissioner Bellumer.
There were no recommended conditions.
No, sir.
Okay. That was my question.
Any other questions or comments? All right, Commissioner Brown.
Yeah, I talked to our city manager about this, and in light of the fact that, over the last few months, we've been having some concerns, I guess, in regard to loud music and things of this nature. I think it's about time that we started seriously looking at the ordinance that we have in regard to noise in particular. I think it needs to be amended to some degree, because what's loud to me is not loud to a 21, 25, 30-year-old. We're talking about, and we're in a mixed-use community and all of this, but we also have a lot of residents, we have a lot of other businesses, and what we're also starting to see is that a number of applicants are coming in with permits for outdoor entertainment, music, amplified, and this kind of thing here. So I'm not against music, I'm not against outdoor entertainment, but I think that we need to have some parameters to some degree, because there doesn't seem to be any guardrails as to how it's going to be dictated. I mean, there's no DP. And another thing, you look at the permit itself, and one of the things that it says in there is that as long as it does not, as long as it's not really violating the city ordinance. So my question would be, does any of the applicants coming forward, do they have a copy of the city's ordinance in regard to noise? And maybe they have read it, maybe they have not.
Okay. We need to stick to this item, though. We can address modifying our ordinance under commission comments if you'd like.
Well, we can do that, but I mean, I thought this was the time to talk about this particular application if we're going to approve it or disapprove it.
Right.
Mr. Sundell,
Or you're talking about revising the ordinance.
Well, okay.
I looked it up.
But to your point, did you get a copy of the ordinance, and have you read and reviewed it?
Yeah, I looked it up.
Okay.
He's reviewed it online.
Decibel levels and
Generally,
stuff, yes.
it is sent to them. I couldn't recall because Janelle and I traded
Yeah,
back and
you
forth with
were
the-
going on vacation or
Yeah.
something.
Okay, and that's fine. And I'm not saying he did not. I just asked a question whether or not the applicants actually read the ordinance when they come up. And I'm not just talking about him in particular, but any applicant that comes up, we're just taking for granted the fact that they've actually read it and know what it means and to not violate the ordinance itself. When they apply for this, there's nothing in here that gives any particular guidelines as to what is the maximum, what is the minimum, there are some parameters as to how long it's going to be. But I just think that we need to, in the future, look at amending it to some degree before we start approving everything that comes across our desk.
Well, we have in the past almost always tried to let the applicant know that there are noise ordinances that need to be followed, and the consequences if they go out of bounds, and when renewal time comes around, it's not just check the box. So
Generally, the PAR board too is.
Yeah, they usually give them
The
good-
PAR board
good
chairman usually inquires pretty heavily on the applicants, knowing that we're on an island, the sound carries. He always ensures that any speakers or amplifiers are usually facing east. Ask them to be good neighbors. And we do what we can do. There are notices are mailed before either hearing to tenants and owners, property owners within 200 feet of
Yeah, I
each
saw
of
that.
these
I know that.
businesses. And we've not received any responses back for that, and if I ever do, I include those in the packets.
Okay, and it's not that I'm against, because I love Sunbros. And I've been out there when they've had, inside entertainment as well. It's just that I'm just saying that I think we should be a little bit more cautious as we move forward in the future, because the city is growing and we're going to have more applicants as the city grows.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, if I may to just quickly address that point.
Yes, but we need to get back to the agenda item.
I understand.
And then we
That's
can bring
why
this
I'm
up under comments.
Going to try to do that. I've spoken to the commissioner about this, and I agree with him. And this particular action item isn't the time, but I'm going to work with Drew to make some tweaks to the ordinance. We sent it out this afternoon, and we feel like that there are some improvements that could be made. So we'll take that under advisement and work on the process.
Okay.
I'd like to repeat something that I think it was Rick said. It does
Your microphone, please.
I don't remember turning it off. I wanted to repeat that one of the people said, this comes before us for the first time. If there are no complaints over the year, then renewal is automatic. If there are complaints, then we go through the approval process again. So it's not like it can go on forever and ever.
Violations,
Yes.
not complaints.
Okay, yes,
And then
violations.
if there are 3 violations, the permit is suspended for a year.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and that was actually sent out in another email today, I believe. I saw that. Okay.
Correct, but we can address the improvements down the road.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask any other discussion around the process or the ordinance of sound that we wait until commission comments and we just talk about this specific applicant. Any questions for the applicant or anything?
So Travis, you are going to have indoor and outdoor entertainment, correct?
Yeah, the goal is mostly acoustic. I know, like you were in there one Friday morning when we had gentlemen playing acoustic guitar. Even when we have something outside, usually it's going to be something like that. The goal is to have music that you can hear, but you can still have a conversation.
Okay.
I'm not going to say we'll never have a band, but 99% of the time, that's probably what it's going to be, even outside. So.
Okay. And will it be amplified outside?
Small speakers. I mean, nothing, just, again, we want to have music that is more of a background than it is the focal point, because we still want people to sit at a table and still be able to have a conversation. So, okay. And plus, where our patio is right next to Flagler Fish, and we don't want to be too loud being right next to each other. So, I mean, again, if we ever have something that's more than that, it's going to be very uncommon, because that's just not what we're going for. So.
And kudos to you for being a good neighbor, because years ago there was an issue at that location between the businesses and noise volumes. I don't know if you ever heard about the history, but it'd be worth talking to Chris about.
No, that's part of the history I haven't heard about, but I've heard enough history about that building, so I don't need to hear anymore.
All right, and you're versed in the ordinance, so you're familiar with that. Okay. And did you have any comments or questions for us?
Not on this issue. I think we're good.
Okay, commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Anything else? All right, if you can, have a seat. We'll open this up public comment.
Thanks.
Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment, and I will look for a motion.
Motion to approve application OE 2111-01, -01.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Penny, can you roll call?
Commissioner Bellhumeur,
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips,
Yes.
Commissioner Bryan,
Yes.
Chair Cooley.
Yes, the motion passes unanimous. And Commissioner Bryan, I think it's a very good discussion under commission comments about our noise ordinance.
Absolutely.
Because I think there's some good call outs there that we should probably talk about. All right, next agenda item is for the Flagler Board Shack outdoor entertainment permit. How you doing, sir? All right, and commissioners, any questions or comments on this? Did y'all review it?
Same question I had last time. Any recommendations from the par board?
There was approved 5-1.
There was one
There was one lady, one of the board members was concerned about the neighbors, the way the building is configured, that they agreed to have the speakers face east, but there is a building to the east of their building.
And basically her concern was the applicant added to the application the comment that it would be 365 days per year. Their business is open 7 days a week. She didn't have to put that on there. She would have saved herself some grief had she not. But the application, the current code allows for that.
Right.
It's as long as you keep it under the decibel level. But she took issue with that.
Question for the applicant. Would it make more sense to point the speakers north? Traditionally, that venue's done that in the past. There actually was a stage there for a little while in years past.
If I point north, then I point towards an Airbnb and another apartment. So it really doesn't matter. I've got
You're
them
boxed
all the way
in.
around. But I could.
I go outside several times a day, right outside my door here. I have never heard their music.
This is just for the little speakers that sit outside all the time?
Correct.
So are you looking to do events? Music events?
No.
This is for your speakers.
We may have a, say, a fundraiser with a movie, but other than that, no.
Right. And if they were to do any type of event that would close off their parking, they would need to come to the city and apply for a special event permit and go through that process where it would be reviewed.
Got it. And then you're reviewing the whole layout all over again?
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Just so I understand, this is speakers only, piped in music. You're not looking to do like Sun Bros. You're not going to have acoustical music or bands or, okay, just want to clarify.
I need you to understand
They
that
could.
They can. Okay. All right.
You might want a couple of local surfers out there strumming on some ukuleles or something. We got some talented ones. Commissioner Brown.
Here again, I'm the eye in the fly in the ointment here, but I ask a lot of questions. And I've been in your shop here, and I've heard the music, which is quite nice. But here again, and I go back to what I'm saying before. What is the decibel reading? What's the limit? I mean, because what's loud to me may not be loud to someone working in the shop. So how high can you turn it? How low can you turn it? I know it's an ordinance that we have, but what's the guideline? Other than if someone complains, how do we guide that?
I thought our ordinance had measurements taken from a boundary. Yeah, because we tightened that up.
The noise ordinance.
I'm not trying to be troublemaker here. I'm just asking questions because my next question is, do we have a decibel reader?
We had 2.
Okay.
Do we have 2 though still? Are they in repair right now or something?
They're on a barge somewhere else.
Okay, I'm sure you're going to be a good neighbor. I just ask questions for the obvious reason because I have to represent all the constituents in Flagler Beach, not just 1 or 2. Okay? All right, that's the only thing I have.
Good comments. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah.
What?
Just remember, police chief telling us that at least one new decibel reader was on its way. So
Yeah, just the delay in
matter.
shipping is the only problem.
that's probably on the same boat with the trash cans for the park. So, I get it.
Applicant, have you received a copy of the ordinance and are you familiar with it?
I haven't received one, but I have read it online.
Okay, so you've read it and are familiar with it. Okay. All right, and any questions you have for us?
I believe so.
Okay, nothing for applicant. All right, you can have a seat. We'll open this up, public comment.
Thank you.
Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? This is a quiet crowd tonight. Yeah, and it's quiet with Burrow here. All right, we'll close public comment.
Make a motion that we approve application OE 21-11-02.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. Penny, if you could roll call.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Bryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Belhumer?
Yes.
Chair Cooley?
Yes to the motion. Motion passes unanimous. And congrats to both businesses, and we're looking forward to you all being responsible and good neighbors. All right, we have a presentation from Beaches Go Green.
I guess that's
And
my...
that is, Commissioner Bryan, is that you?
That's me, and I'd like to welcome Anne Marie. And I'd also like to welcome a very good friend of mine I've known for quite a few years. I know his dad. I knew his mom before she passed away last month. I'm very sorry, Dylan. But that's Commissioner Dylan Rumrell, who's in the back from St. Augustine Beach.
Welcome.
And, while Anne Marie is speaking, I'd probably ask the commissioner to also come up for about maybe a minute and talk about his program in St. Augustine Beach as well. But this has to do with the cigarette butt receptacles that Anne Marie was instrumental in helping us to get here in the city. And I've asked her to come down and please give us a few minutes about what she's doing and the program and how it can continue to help us here in the city.
And before she begins, did you get that pallet out of your driveway?
Nope, half of it is still there.
Oh, jeez. Uh-oh.
Some of it will be gone tomorrow.
All right, well, go ahead and take it away.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Commissioner Bryan, for inviting me. And Kim Decker here. Kim Decker Reuses. I founded Beaches Go Green in June of 2018. I thought I'd tell you just a tiny bit about my background, and then we can talk about the cigarette butt canisters. I live in Atlantic Beach, and I was looking for a way to give back to the community. I watched this amazing documentary called The Plastic Ocean, and my heart really lies with animals and nature, and I saw how our single-use, fast-paced lifestyle was impacting animals in the most remote places on the planet, and how polystyrene, styrofoam, and single-use plastic is really impacting the planet and our health. And I kept talking about it, and I couldn't figure out why no one was talking about it. And now it's in the news nearly every day, but back in June of 2018, it really wasn't. And so I decided I would start a group just to go into the local schools and talk about it, and maybe talk about it at city council meetings or whatever, and bring awareness to plastic pollution. And 3.5 years later, we are super busy. We have 5 high school clubs, 2 middle school clubs, 1 elementary school club. Super busy. Like, I think we could be as big as we wanted to be, because there's a massive gap in environmental education at the city level and at the everyday person level, right? So we don't do legislative stuff. We don't do any of that. We literally try to simplify environmental issues, explain to people why it matters to them, and offer small changes that they can make, because nothing's going to get better unless we make changes. So one of the programs that we're very active in is some of Keep America Beautiful grants. As a nonprofit ourselves, obviously funding is slim, so we look for other partners that we can get funding from, and Keep America Beautiful is one of them. We now have over 500 cigarette butt collection canisters from Atlantic Beach now through Flagler Beach, and the studies from Keep America Beautiful show that for every canister installed, the cigarette butt pollution is reduced by 9%. And if you don't know this, cigarette butts are the most littered item on the planet. And a lot of people think they just biodegrade, but they do not. They are, the butts actually have a form of plastic in them called cellulose acetate, and it can take up to 5 years for them to degrade into microplastics. And I'm happy to tell you whatever you want to know about microplastics, but that's another conversation. But as they're degrading into microplastic, they leach toxic chemicals into our soil and into our water, which are nicotine, arsenic. There's a whole laundry list of them. And there's studies that show if you put one cigarette butt in like a 5-gallon bucket with one fish, it's dead within an hour because of the toxic chemicals leach. So they're really bad, and they're also unsightly. So the program that we have been working on, I think, does well, and hopefully people will be using the bins. We encourage you guys to collect them and mail them into TerraCycle, which is a company in New Jersey that will strip, I guess they field strip the cigarette butts, and they take the cellulose acetate out and they turn them into things like park benches and other things that they're able to recycle that plastic. So we've sent in over like 80,000 butts so far in just the last few years. Unfortunately, where I live at Beaches Town Center, which is where Neptune and Atlantic Beach come together, we find thousands of them every time we do a cleanup. It is by far the dirtiest area as far as cigarette butts. And it continues to be. As a matter of fact, I'll find piles of them on the ground in front of where the cigarette butt things are. So a huge education effort needs to be made to educate smokers that it's littering and it's not okay to flick your butt. So we do a lot of that kind of education, but that's just one part of our education. So I didn't know how much you wanted me to get into, or if you have any questions.
You had talked about the programs that you have with the kids in the schools.
Yeah.
And I know you would like to reach out to some of our schools. That's down the road here once we get the other programs going.
Yeah, I was going to say that maybe 3 years ago, we had kids from Old Kings Elementary, and they know more about, they use terminology. I have no idea what they were talking about. But they gave us a lot of information about microplastics, and they might be interested. Particularly of all our schools, they seem to be the most environmentally tuned.
Okay.
I guess their staff is.
Yeah.
So that might be, if you're going to start.
Yeah.
If you're going to start with the Flagler schools, it might be a good place to start at Old.
Sure. If you have a contact for them, I'd love to follow up with them and
I
offer.
think you
if
can just
anybody
go online and find the principal of Old Kings Elementary.
I'll get it.
You'll do it?
Okay, okay. Yeah, so the goal of our school clubs is for us to educate the officers and the members of the club and them to replicate the forces by going in and presenting at partnered schools. So our high school clubs go in and present at partnered elementary schools. They also do cleanup events and other events that we host because they need service hours, right? And they're in high school. And so we offer a lot of opportunities for service hours, but the primary goal of these clubs is for them to get out and replicate education. One of the biggest programs that we have that's really interesting and it's taken off like crazy is called our Reusable Bottles for Sports. I have 2 boys, they're 13 and 18, and it stemmed from me witnessing the trash cans overflowing at the sports fields, just with tons of single-use plastic and, styrofoam cups and you name it, right? Just flowing all over the ground. And so what we do is we partner local businesses with teams in schools, and we get them to sponsor. These are stainless steel reusable bottles. These are what we use for our reusable bottles for sports. I brought this for Commissioner Bryan. Sorry if I would have known, or all of you, I would have brought more. But anyway, they're stainless steel, and we get the community sponsor to pay for them. They have the Beaches Go Green logo, the team logo, and the community sponsor logo on them. And we gift them to the athletes, but they come with a responsibility. And we make sure our officers of our student clubs and our members help deliver the message to all the athletes. So it's twofold. Number one, we're trying to reduce plastic pollution by choosing reusable over single use. And number two, when you drink out of plastic and styrofoam, it leaches toxic chemicals into our food and drink. When you eat out of plastic, it does the same thing. Never microwave in plastic, super bad. So we're teaching the kids and we're empowering them because especially as developing athletes, many of the chemicals are endocrine disruptors and they mimic hormones in our body and they impact reproduction, but they also impact like our brain development and they impact our digestive health, which in turn impacts our immune system. And there's a lot of things that go on down the line. So it's important to teach the kids that it's better to drink out of glass or stainless steel than plastic, and never, better to eat out of those things than plastic. So we're trying to catch them at that end and teach them and choose them, teach them to choose reusable over single use. So that's an amazing program, and the kids love it, and they love having their logos on the bottles too. So
awesome.
It's pretty cool. Yeah. Anybody have any questions? Yeah.
Comment and a question.
Sure.
I have one at my business, and I will tell you, every 2 weeks, I was picking up hundreds of cigarette butts in the front of my property. Now I just pick up a few because people are using the receptacle.
That's so good.
Which is wonderful.
Oh, that's
Which
awesome.
is fantastic. And I was telling Commissioner Bryan today that yesterday, I think it was yesterday or the day before, I saw somebody actually empty the canister. So how does that work? Is that beaches go?
I'm not sure who that was that emptied it.
There was a person out there, so it was a
key,
beaches
right?
go green
Yeah,
then?
No, it wasn't. I mean, I'd like to say it was, but it was
I'm
not.
not sure who it was. I got a
Okay.
volunteer running around out there and I didn't even know about it.
Exactly. Because I thought it was up to,
But
it wasn't
they're
up to
locked,
the
aren't
business
they?
owner.
Yeah,
It
but
was
the
a
key,
key.
we have a bunch of keys. And some of the people
Yeah,
got
somebody
keys.
actually was there
It may
and
have
I
been
saw them
one of the
pull it out.
volunteers
Yeah.
that helped put it up too. I don't know.
Oh, that could be.
Yeah. Commissioner Cooley has two of them by his 7-Eleven, and he's telling me we need to come up to those already.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Yeah, and when you notice the salt starts eating up the keyhole, I would do the carabiners or the pins, the slide pins.
I just received 100 of them.
Awesome.
I ordered them from eBay.
Perfect. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, but I want to thank you for your program.
Yeah,
And your
thank
commitment
you.
to the environment.
Thank you so much, Anne Marie. Thank you for coming down from the Jacksonville area.
No problem.
We really appreciate it. And
Took longer than I thought, but I had
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I'd like for Commissioner Rumrell, and I see his wife is with me.
Well, I had a question for Anne Marie. So Anne Marie,
Yeah.
is there any way to get a example, say bench or anything that we could put on display as a city showing this particular thing was made from that material? Is there any type of examples or anything like that that we could get our hands on?
Oh, like a park bench?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure. I'm sure we could reach out to TerraCycle, and I'll contact Commissioner Bryan and
Great.
That'd
let
be
him
great.
know.
Just to
I
put
mean,
on
you might
display
have to
in
buy
Veterans
it,
Park.
but
Yeah, that would be great. Doesn't have
wouldn't
to
that be cool?
a
Like
park
your
bench,
cigarette
that's
butts
kind
are
of-
making this park bench. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
What if
Because I know there's an ad on TV for a shoe company, but they collect all the single-use bottles.
Yeah.
And all they do, well, of course, on TV, all they do is go like this, and poof, you have a shoe. Obviously, there's a lot more involved, but,
Sure.
even if it were a small thing to show, not a park bench, but, something small, that would be great.
It would be
Sure.
great. I'm sure the purchase
We could do
price
that.
would be nominal, or we could pay for it with cigarette butts, either one.
Oh, right. Sure. Right.
Thank you for the
Thank you.
presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you, Anne Marie. Thank you so much.
All right, and can we have a commissioner from St. Augustine?
We do. Commissioner Rumrell.
Good evening, Commissioner. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. Madam Mayor, Chair, Vice Chair Dylan Rumrell, City of St. Augustine Beach. Let the record state that I'm here with my views, not the other 4 commissioners that I have in St. Augustine Beach. It was a great program that we started in St. Augustine Beach. I kind of did what Commissioner Bryan did by spearheading it. And, living in a coastal community, I'd go down, take my kids to the beach and my wife, and you see cigarette butts everywhere. And I had some friends in Atlantic Beach, Neptune Beach commissioners, and Jack's Beach. And Augustine Beach, and they say the same thing, that they're not picking up cigarette butts. If there are, it's very few. So it's a very successful thing. I applaud you all for doing it. Anything we can do to continue to keep our environment going in the right direction, I think, is what we should do. We're taught leave your footprints better than the footprints ahead of you. So I applaud you all. Anything you all have to say for me?
Commissioner, we will be in touch with you regarding our glass recycling program also very soon.
Yes,
the
I'm eager
program
to
I've
do
been
that.
talking to you about.
Sure.
Okay.
So thank you all.
Any questions or comments for the commissioner? All right, thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming down, Dylan.
All right, Commissioner Bryan, any other speakers?
No, that's all I have tonight. Thank you very much. Thanks again, Anne-Marie.
All right, thanks again. All right, next item, Resolution 2021-31. Drew?
Wait a minute.
The 4th of July.
Wait.
Yeah,
Oh,
4th
I
of
did.
July.
I already had that checked off for some reason. Scotty, sorry about that. We're getting a update from the chair of the ad hoc 4th of July committee. You're like the headliner, and I just somehow skipped over it.
Good evening, Commissioners, Madam Mayor, and everyone else. My name's Scott Spradley, and I have been appointed chair of the ad hoc 4th of July committee. And just what I wanted to do is give an interim report. We've had 5 meetings so far, and so we're well on our way to being in a position to make recommendations to the commission, which we will do before the end of the year. And I just wanted to give you a sense of where we are. We've had no votes. We're making no recommendations. I just want to sort of give you where we are. By way of background, Resolution 2021-21 created this committee, and here was what we were charged with. The mission of the committee will be to investigate all aspects of the event, meaning 4th of July, including safety, cost associated, demand on staff, management of the influx of people, resources required, and other associated impacts as a result of the event, and then compile the findings for presentation to the City Commission. So it's a complete day's worth of activity for which there are many months leading up to it. So it's not just about fireworks, it's about a full day. As far as the 5 meetings we've had so far, I can tell you that we have good attendance by our members. We have an enthusiastic group. We have several ex officio members, including the city commissioner and the mayor and the police chief, who've been pretty much to all the meetings and have actively participated and at times have led the discussion. My observation of the committee itself as we meet is that we've really developed a sense of being problem solvers. We spent the first couple of meetings just identifying what are the problems and then what can we do to help alleviate these problems or narrow them down. I think it was pretty quick that we came to the conclusion that traffic, parking, and overall safety are the 3 areas that we really, and they all sort of commingle with each other. But traffic, parking, and safety are the 3 primary challenges that we have. I mean, the population on the island that day, is phenomenal. I mean, the number of people that were here, I don't need to tell you that. But it's because of the number of people that all of these issues have come into play. I just want to give you just sort of a brief overview of how we've talked about these problems and what some of the solutions may be. As to traffic, the chief is heavily involved and has been for several years on how to handle the ingress and egress for 4th of July. Starting at the end of that, after the fireworks, you know what it's been like here. Sometimes you take hours to get home, even if you live on the island. And so what has been instituted and what the chief will continue to do is after the event is over with, then north, if you start from north of 100, you're going to be directed to go north. If you start from south of 100, you're going to be directed to go south. And that's been a great way to keep the traffic flowing out of here. There's also helicopter assistance, which my understanding is that you have eyes in the sky that are keeping track and then reporting, and that also helps those on the ground. We have volunteers who are involved with traffic control all day long. And so that's sort of the flow of the traffic. Some of the ideas that we've talked about at length about traffic, but also parking, is the use of shuttles. That's been done in the past, but we're going to make it conservative. You're going to see in the report that we give you that it'll be suggested that we have quite a lot of emphasis on shuttles and use of shuttles. And in that regard, the city manager has been instrumental in locating parking, because if we're going to have all these people coming in the shuttle, they're going to have to park somewhere. And so to this point, preliminarily, it looks like there are a little over 700 parking spaces on the other side of the bridge that probably were not available before, or at least most of them were not available before. And that's because of between the First Baptist Church lot that's behind Publix, all right? So the Publix on the other side of the bridge, there's a big lot there. And then also Boston Whaler. Those two areas alone, we estimate there are 470 possible spots that were really not available before. And so Mr. Woods is in the process of securing those lots for their use on 4th of July. That's in addition to the 260 lots or 260 spaces at Babcock that have been available for us. So that's a total of 730 spaces. The shuttles themselves, again, we're just talking about the means to do that. What we've talked about within the committee is that the cost for that should be borne by those using the shuttle. You know, in the past, the city has paid for the shuttle, and we've solicited comments from friends, acquaintances, or whatever, of the committee members, and that was kind of a sticking point. You know, the one thing, those who live here paying for those who are coming here from someplace else for their parking. And I think the analogy that we talked about was, you know, it's quite common to go to St. Augustine and for the day and drop a $20 bill at the parking garage, you know. So why not charge to get over here and back? And again, Mr. Whitson talked about some multiple pricing. For example, there'll be a flat fee if you want to come and go throughout the day. And then there'll be a lower fee if you're just going to go one round trip. So those are some ideas that we've been talking about, and we think you're going to see in our report once we do some ways to take some of the pressure off of the traffic and the parking. Events themselves. You know, we've sketched out some proposed events for the day, starting with the parade. You know, and that parade, we talked about whether it's something that can be or should be moved to a different time of the day. And the overwhelming answer is just no. You know, it's at 10:30 in the morning. There's no way it can be earlier because of the logistics involved. And then you do it later. I mean, it's too hot. It's too hot. So the parade's going to be there. But what we did, you know, and I'll say this, what we have done amongst the committee is we have encouraged that each of us go out and get thoughts from friends, family, neighbors, whatever, to bring back with us, to have something to talk about. Unfortunately, while these are public meetings, the public participation has been a little low. I mean, there were a couple of meetings where we had some participation and some speakers, but for the most part, it's just the committee. So anyway, so we reach out to others and try to get some thoughts about what we need to do. And on that note, one of the things that we hear is that the parade is just too long, too long. And particularly on election years, you know, it tends to be quite long. And so there's been discussion about limiting the applicants, you know, like, but you know, that's something that we can suggest. You know, that parade is not run by the city, but it is something that we can suggest to try to shorten it, to, you know, have a more local flavor to anyone who wants to be in there, but have a cap on it. And that in itself should free up some of the logistics for what happens during the day. Between the parade and the evening, obviously the beach is crowded from the very beginning. And I'll come back to some things on the beach. But as far as events here at the park and here downtown, the thought is to have a more organized, family-friendly kind of a day laid out, advertised in advance. I have met with Vern Shank about having him involved, not dissimilar to what he does for what he will be doing for First Friday. And Vern is very enthusiastic, as he tends to be, but he's happy to help and in any way that he can and help us determine, schedule, organize, lead, and even have a crew of his own to help out with events at the park during the day. And we think as a committee that having a family-friendly atmosphere to draw people downtown will be good. And I know this comes out from some of the folks that the committee members have talked to, is that a lot of people stay away. I live on South 23rd Street, and a lot of people just think it's too hectic and they just want to stay away. They want to stay away from the beach. And the idea of having a family-friendly day of activities is something that we think might sound good. So you'll see that in the report as well. Then there are other problems. There's been, I know for a fact that, as we all do, that the beaches beginning at the pier, north and south, are filled up by 7 a.m. They just are. And people plant themselves there for the day with tents, with coolers and that sort of thing. And that's all good, but there is a level of disruption and, not just too much alcohol, but alcohol in the wrong hands has created problems in the past. So one of the things that we have talked about is putting an eye on an advertised effort to patrol underage drinking on July 4th, to promote that. The mayor would have a significant role in that. And we sort of left our last meeting, we're halfway through that conversation, but the mayor would be involved in promoting patrol, some sort of organized effort to stem underage drinking. The chief has some great ideas about contacting state agencies that will make staffing available to patrol the beach for underage drinking. All right, we've talked about different ways to limit alcohol, but this seemed to be the one that has had the most friction so far. Is focus on underage drinking. Who's going to oppose that? And we think if we can have some success there, that it may make it a more family-friendly environment. Finally, from the grand finale, so to speak, fireworks. At the beginning of this committee, and I think a lot of it, the need to discuss 4th of July was because there's been discussion about fireworks, what to do because of the association with all the traffic, the safety problems, and the parking, and fireworks all in the same breath. And so when the committee first met, I could sense that there were some who were leaning against continuation of fireworks. There were some who were leaning in favor of fireworks. And I think what has happened, it's just been a subtle evolution of what we've been doing, and that is attacking the problems. What is it that makes the fireworks unattractive to some? And it's the issues I just discussed, the overwhelming parking issue, traffic issue, safety issue. And so the focus on the committee has turned, I think, from fireworks or no fireworks to solving the problem or list of problems, which has made fireworks an issue for some. Now, we've conducted some very unscientific polls of our neighbors, friends, associates, just to get a sense of what people on the island and on the other side feel about fireworks. And you have those who are very enthusiastic. It's been a part of Flagler Beach what seems like forever. And then you have a great bit of apathy. Well, yeah, they're fine, whatever. And then there are some who point to the problems. My thought, and again, we've taken no votes, we've made no recommendations, but I think we're going to continue our focus on what can we do to solve these problems such that having the fireworks is not unappetizing, when it comes time for the committee to consider it. And so that's where we are right now. We're trying to carry on, focus on these problems, and then if we can get them under control, and make it safer, make ingress and egress easier, and make parking something accommodating, then it may be something that the fireworks, as scheduled, is something that can be done and it will be a lot less unappetizing. We're going to make a report in about a month. And by then, we will have had a couple more meetings. Some of the points I've talked about will sharpen themselves a little bit, and we'll have some solid recommendations. But that's where we are right now. Final note, we talked about at the outset to put in a proposal for 4th of July to carry forth for 10 years, something that we can bank on. And, everything except for the fireworks is something that we can do. But when it comes to fireworks, how that would be conducted and what are the logistics there, it's only going to be a one-year recommendation because we're going to be without the pier for about 3 years, it seems like. So we'll have to deal with that. But for this year, we're looking at it as, if everything looks favorable, if we're going to recommend that the fireworks continue, and I would say that we're doing everything we can to take care of the problems that makes fireworks unappetizing, then we'll make those recommendations and go from there. So that's where we are. And also wanted to mention Butch Naylor, who's the vice chair of the committee, is also present. So if I've misspoken in any respect, since I have these perfect attendees, the city commissioner and the mayor, then please feel free to say something. But if you have any questions or comments, please let me know.
Just want to thank you for the thoughtfulness, well, the whole committee, the thoughtful approach that you're taking. It's an emotional issue for a great many people, and for you to be able to cut it down into what makes sense. Well, and taking this thoughtful approach, step-by-step approach, I think is great.
I think it's the only way, really.
It is. Yeah.
Just look at the problems and what can we do about them.
But I wanted to thank the group for taking that approach.
Well, thank you.
All right. Thank you for volunteering.
Not a problem.
That was your idea.
That's true.
Just remember that.
I will. All right.
Yeah, no pun intended, but by volunteering, you're sitting on a powder keg.
I understand.
But it is a great approach, and I don't think for anybody it's ever been really about the fireworks. It's about what comes with it, and the all-day drunk fest, and the fights and everything, and all of the things that the fireworks and the entire day cumulative draws in. And you isolate the problem and you come up with solutions, you've solved it. And the idea of doing a one-year recommendation of here's what the city of Flagler Beach should consider doing in order to get through this potential next event, is a good way of looking at it. Because we're looking at a entirely possible different geographic next year.
Oh, yeah. Well, I agree. And if I could say one final thing, there's been a lot of conversation, social media and otherwise, from folks who have strong opinions, but they're not showing up at these meetings. And I heard from a couple of people say, well,
welcome to our world.
I know. They say it's 9 a.m. I'm like, well, I've left my work. But the point is that anyone, any resident, any member of the public who wants to have a voice, contact us. I'm probably the most easily findable guy around here. Contact us. Let us know. Call, email, what have you. And we'll bring your thoughts to the committee. You don't have to physically be here, but just talk to us, and you'll be heard that way.
It's a great call out. And I like that you're calling the armchair quarterbacks out, too.
Absolutely. All right.
Any other comments or questions for Scott?
No, thank you again.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. That was not many comments. It's a quiet group up here, too. City manager, any thoughts before we move on that? You good with it?
No, sir. Let's proceed.
All right. Now we'll get to the agenda item that I was jumping to. All right, Resolution 2021-31, Drew.
Resolution 2021-31, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, amending Resolution 2021-23, which adopted the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget to reflect the budget amendment to provide funds for year-end budget shortfalls, providing for conflict, providing an effective date hereof.
Thank you. And Kathleen?
Yes. I'm here. Hi. Sorry. But can I, okay, so this amendment was for some additional items that we needed to add to the current budget. I didn't know, do you want me to review them, or did you have any questions?
Well, everybody's been able to review it. Commissioners, Mayor, any questions or comments for Kathleen?
It's all things we approved of.
Commissioner Belhumeur?
The WIC line foyer improvements.
Okay.
$8,000 doesn't seem to be what the vision was of the changes to that foyer. So we just doing some emergency accessibility.
That's right, Commissioner. We were delaying the grand plan, and I just say, hey, let's solve this, the safety code issues first, get that out of the way. It's a real trip hazard the way it's set up now. We're going to solve that, and then we'll jump on the other stuff later.
So what's that, a reconfiguration of the stairway? Or?
Yeah, that front step in all that area there.
Okay. Yeah, I just saw that $8,000. That's nowhere near what we were presented as far as the eventual changes. Now, the dune walkovers, we're going to have to do a budget amendment to spend the money. And then we'll have to do another one to accept the money, correct?
No, we've already accepted the agreement with FDOT. This is just reflecting that reimbursement in our budget. Is that correct, Kathleen?
That is correct. I increased the revenue side instead of, usually when we're doing something that isn't funded, it's an increase using reserves. So this one, I increased the other part of it to be the reimbursement from FDOT.
Okay, so that's already in the budget.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
They were my two questions.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? No. Kathleen, you're getting off easy tonight.
So far.
So far.
You got me all excited when you called me after number 11. I'm like, all right.
This is another question.
Commissioner Belhumeur.
Financial assistant project coordinator didn't we get a financial assistant or no?
No, this was something that has come up. It's just, when I got in here and we started operating and I saw how things were going, and it just like one hole after another, and we just need this position. And it was something that couldn't be foreseen until I actually had time on the job. And believe me, this position has done yeoman's work. They helped prepare the fee structure for the the building fees and everything. That was just one of the projects that this person has done. So it's just one of those things that I just feel strongly we need to add it, and we have figured out a way to pay for it with minimal impact to the budget.
So this is totally separate from an assistant to you, right?
Right.
You have your assistant.
Yeah, the assistant's already in the budget she hired.
This person is more of what I would call like a floater. They have so many different skill levels that they're going to be able to help assist all of us in different ways, shapes, and forms. That's why we're splitting it amongst the different funds. Like, for instance, this person is helping our sanitation supervisor update what we call our inventory, checking all the commercial accounts and making sure that, what's being picked up is also what's being billed out on the bills, and that sort of thing. And then just a good all-around person. And when somebody doesn't have time for something, we can say, hey, here you go. So,
It's more of a financial analyst in a way.
This is Chris?
Okay.
Yes.
Right, this is Chris. Novak that was sitting right here.
So the $45,000 annual salary, does that include benefits?
No.
So that's,
It was a total of, let's see if I have a total on that page,
probably 60, huh?
about 60,000.
So this position was not one of the decision modules that we
Correct.
did during budgeting?
Correct. It just come up after that whole process. And it's just, the more I dug in and I saw how things were falling through the cracks, we were losing money left and right. I just felt like that this individual's talents could help us plug those holes, and I decided to recommend it.
So when certain departments get overwhelmed with trying to sort or information gathering and that sort of thing.
Right, and she'll be based out of finance, but I'm going to have her work in the building operation to assist code enforcement. I'm going to have her work to assist the sanitation department, and being based out of finance gives her that flexibility to work at our direction.
Okay. City manager, you know, all that kind of stuff.
So this person is already working for us.
Right.
So this position was just created and staffed, and they're now with us. And
Right.
now you're asking for us to approve it?
She's a temp, though, isn't she?
Here, I can tell you how this all came about.
Go ahead.
Well, it came about after the budgeting. is how
Right, it came about
That's all I
after the
need to know.
budget. Mhm.
And she started out as a temp, yes.
Okay. Thoughts or comments?
Good.
I won't support it. That's the whole purpose of going through a budgeting process. We went through decision modules, we went through budgeting, we went through all that, and then we're going to make up another position in the middle of the year. I won't support it, but I'm just one vote. Any other thoughts or comments?
I have a question about what Eric just said. Can we remove, is that the only part you have a problem with?
Yes.
Can we remove that and vote on it separately? Because he's going to have to vote down the whole resolution.
You would, if you remove that from the resolution, you would vote on the resolution with or without that. So yes, you could vote on an amended resolution that does not have that, but it would go away tonight. You would not then be able to vote on that separately.
Oh,
The resolution either passes or fails.
okay, then never mind. Was trying to accomplish something.
So I have a question.
Commissioner Brown.
So I know you said you have to wait to fund it. And as a temp, how was it being funded before? Just using?
It was using, okay, so we'll finish the story so you understand.
Okay.
I had in the budget for 2021, the open position for assistant to finance director, and I tell you, we interviewed probably about 30 people and still couldn't find one. So Mr. Whitson, when he came on board, suggested, hey, why don't you just go through temp agency? So we did do that. And I talked with Chris Novak, and I thought, oh, she'd be perfect. And then that very day, I had another interview with Rhonda Allen, who is now our finance person. And so what happened is Mr. Whitson saw the need that we needed some extra staff. So he said, let's go ahead and keep the temp. And basically, this person has just a wealth of knowledge. And having worked for your city for 16 years, you know, you don't have people like this walk through the door every day. So that's bringing it a little bit personal than I usually do, but I do think that the city needs this person to be on staff.
So what you're saying then is that it was someone that you had planned for before, but you couldn't find someone to fill the position.
Right.
So then after the fact, you did find someone. So that's when you brought them on as a temp. Is that where I'm going here?
No, the temp, we brought her on as a temp for the finance assistant. That was the position that was open that I was interviewing
I
for.
got you. All right.
And so when she came on, you know, we saw all the different skill levels that she had and knew that we needed the help with the new city manager, with all the things that we have, you know, you've heard the stories. I mean, there was a lot of undone work around here, and having a person like her has really made a big difference.
Okay, and just to clarify, Chris is not a temp any longer. You have hired her.
She won't be if you pass this resolution.
Right.
Right, right.
But if we But if we
don't pass the resolution, she loses her job.
Okay, that was my next question. Was she going to stay on as a temp, or does she just go away?
No, she would have to go away.
Okay.
The temp agency is actually more expensive than paying a salary
Yeah,
of this magnitude.
Well, in the city manager's defense, he did come in with a short time to analyze our city and our staff and its needs, its shortcomings, its strengths. I think it's important that our city manager has the support from staff and using all the hands that he can to get the big pot of things done in the end. There's so many things that are on his list that he can't get to because he hadn't got off the top tier yet. And I guess just a follow-up, at what point is there still going to be another person, right? There's still going to be an assistant to the city manager, correct?
There's still more coming.
That advertisement is out. That position closes December 3rd. And then there's the CRA director, and those are the only two major positions left.
Well, that doesn't matter.
Yeah, budgets are passed. To me, a budget is a plan. It's not something that you are married to. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing all these transfers and budget amendments and whatever. And as Rick was saying, things come up that after September 1st or September 30th, and can't always judge what it's going to be. And I know I'm repeating what other people said, but there's so many projects, I don't know how anybody can keep track of it all.
Thank you, Commissioner, because really, I feel like the little Dutch boy sometimes. I keep running around trying to put my finger in all of the dike holes.
All the dike holes.
And, it's more than one person can do. And I've tried my best, but when I see us losing money left and right, just because we're not documenting, just because we're not following up, just because we're not, being on top of things, this was a cheap way to address it, the least costly way to address it.
Just one sewer main break costs us $82,800 and some thousand.
So that's two Chris's.
Well,
almost.
It has nothing to do with it.
I'll make my point.
Well, that wasn't in the budget either.
Well, I can understand where the chairman is coming from, because, I don't want to get us into a position where we're just hiring, within 1 year, 10 or 12, additional employees to the staff. And I see where it's justified, but by the same token, I like to look at where we're going also. And I think at this point, you've done as much restructuring as you possibly can, or reorganizing, whatever you want to call it. And that's what I told you when we first talked. I said, my first 6 months is usually management by walking around, observing, seeing where there's holes, where there's weaknesses, and then starting to restructure, reorganize, and then, in some cases, bring on new staff, and in other cases, get rid of some staff too. Whatever's needed. But I have to go along with the chairman. I have to look at where we are, whether this is really justified, and if the head of finance is saying that it's justified and it's going to help you to save money and to get the job done, and this time next year we can look back and say, we've been more efficient, we've saved a lot more money in this respect, and we're more, more productive, then I'm okay with it.
Well, I can tell you this much, without Chris and Rhonda here, with just the onset of this American Rescue Plan, there's no way I would have been the one doing the work that they've done. And as you can see, I'm still struggling just to get our cash balance flow chart done to where to where it's very presentable. I'm not saying worry about things. I'm just saying, but the truth is, we definitely need this position.
And my last comment, I guess, a question is this someone or someone on the staff that you can actually be training to take your place?
Absolutely, or to help with.
Not that I want to see you leave,
No, but that was
all.
going to be
I
my
mean,
next
I'm just-
comment. I mean, in
okay.
succession, we definitely need to start doing this.
Okay.
And having a person that's there doing some of the things that I'm currently tasked with is going to give me more time to start writing a manual for what I do. I mean, it's, I have things written down here and there, but, it's a lot of things that need to come together in the next few years, and we need people to do it.
Not to belabor the point any further, but I'll give you a quick example. Today, I signed off on the letter to FEMA for the pier. When I talked to DEM, they said, hey, did you know that you have to put a copy of that letter into the portal? I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, just like we did in Texas? Yes. So what did I do? I went to Kathleen. Kathleen is the only person on the city staff that knows how to put stuff in this portal.
Oh, gee.
She sat down with her, with those two that we're talking about, and she trained them on how that gets done. So these are the kind of things that I'm observing on a daily basis, and is why I'm requesting. It wasn't out of disrespect for the budget. It wasn't that I'm going to be adding people left and right. It's, hey, we got a problem, and we need to address it.
All right. Well, I'm speaking in the minority, but I'm just to respond to some of that stuff. So the mentality that I have, and I'm sure I'm not going to change any votes, so this is going to pass anyways, but we passed a large tax increase to our taxpayers this year. And it was for a whole barrage of reasons that were all good. They were all valid, and that justified doing that. We approved multiple additional positions for all the right reasons. That was good. That's what we should have done. Those positions aren't filled. Could those positions be doing what this person's doing now? We don't know. We need this person. It's proposed that we need this person now because we're so short and we're filling dike holes and we're doing all this stuff. But if we had those additional people that we approved in this budget, I would argue that that might not be the case. It can be argued. We had an agreement when we went through these decision modules about additional positions coming on to the city. This is not an emergency situation, and that's why I would not support it. And I would also argue that if these other positions that we did agree on were filled, that we probably wouldn't need to be bringing this particular individual on. We don't know it, because we don't know how it's all going to sift down the mix. But I did want to respond to that, and that's just my 2 cents. And I just, to have this on top of everything, we just said we were going to push phase 2 of telemetry down the road, which saves money. It's known to save money. It's documented to save money, because we didn't have the money and it wasn't an emergency situation. And we said, we're going to wait till next fiscal year. And then we're doing something different here. And they're apples and oranges, but they're and then in a lot of ways they're not. So that's all I got. Any other thoughts or anything?
May I speak? May I speak to your comments?
If you want.
Okay. I just wanted to point out that in the description that I wrote, that the funding, first of all, this position is split 45% in general fund, 25% in utilities, and 30% in the sanitation fund. But the 45% that's coming out of the general fund is not funded with tax dollars, but instead it's being funded with the increase to the fees in the planning and zoning department that Chris worked very diligently on. Reviewed many different cities, worked really hard, learned the software, got everything done to do that. So just wanted to point that out to you.
Okay, so you spread the salary out to soften the blow.
No, I spread the salary out to conform to the position that the person will be doing, as I do with many positions in the city that are working several funds.
So the balance of it is coming out of enterprise funds.
Right. Mm-hmm. And actually, I kind of tasked Chris to set, to kind of, we're just working on some of the projects that she's working on. She's been reviewing our Spectrum bill and probably has saved us a couple $100 there. I mean, it's just, you say, it's not just the thousands of dollars, it's the little pieces. And those little pieces, without having a bigger staff, are the things that get, I'm not going to work on that. This is thousands of dollars, and it does hurt. It does hurt.
I mean, that helps. It helps to explain to me how it's being distributed.
Mm-hmm.
And I too have some of the concerns, but I mean, looking at it being spread over the different
Well,
funds.
she said before that she dealt with a really large pile of water leaks.
Yeah, I had.
Or zero
we
reads.
had
Zero.
I mean, this person, and all I can say is that I interviewed probably 30 people for the assistant finance director. You do not come across a person with this kind of caliber of resources very often. And the way she got those resources is from being a temp, working in temp agencies for a lot of years. But, sorry, where was I going with that? Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. But pretty much I wouldn't stand up here and ask for something to be approved if I didn't have my heart in it.
Okay. And also, we have fewer staff in other departments, jobs that have gone away, that we haven't filled or replaced.
We also have a lot of things that have been neglected, sanitation being one of the big ones. We need more staff. We need a little bit more admin to help, because this working supervisor thing that used to be so awesome 10, 12 years ago, look at what we're dealing with. Look at how much this city has changed in the last 10 or 12 years.
Kathleen, I understand that we need more staff.
Okay.
In the middle of the year is not, in my mind, when we add them. We do strategic planning and we do budgeting is when staff should be added, unless it's an emergency situation. What I'm hearing in this, and I don't know who this person is, they sound extremely qualified. That has nothing to do with their creation of a position. And the fact that I'm hearing what I'm hearing is really driving the point home that we are creating a position around one person, which is the opposite of how a position should be created. The position should be created based on need and planning and budgeting. And then you find a person to fill it. Not, oh, we found this good person, so we're going to make something for them, which is basically what I'm hearing. If I'm not hearing that's my misunderstanding, I don't think we need to belabor the point. I think everybody's kind of good of where we are, unless we need additional info.
No, we're just going to go around in circles.
Right, exactly.
I agree, but here again, and in defense of Kathleen, I mean, I'm looking at both sides of it. I try to be as objective as I can. And I think that had she been able to recognize those particular needs when we were going through the budget process, she would have been able to identify. But she did say right there, that she had the need before, but she couldn't find anybody to fill that need. Through the temp agency, she was able to find that person, and then they've used that person in multiple functions at this point. That has helped fill some of the needs she's been looking for, in addition to some of the future needs. And I think that's what I'm hearing. And I'm trying to look at it as objective as I can, not to just necessarily say, I'm defending you, but I am. I'm defending all of us as far as where we are in our position, because I agree, we should stick with the budget when we can, but I don't want to say that this is absolutely an emergency, but it's a severe need maybe. It may not necessarily be an emergency, but I think it's a severe need that if we don't really address it now, it could lead to other issues in the future. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I have a question I forgot to ask. Kind of relates to this. The infrastructure bill that Congress just passed, is that going to be, are we getting money out of that?
Well, we might. We need to have.
So there's another.
That's another set of federal dollars. And again, the state and federal folks, when they give you money, there's a lot of strings that come with it. And it's not like the good old days where you can just.
Right. I mean, I'm hoping we get money out of it, but I know what we have to go through with the ARPA money. So this isn't going to be any different.
It wouldn't be, no.
Just for clarification, this is a request from our city manager, not from Kathleen.
That is true.
So,
I have a question.
Yes.
When did the hiring process for this position begin? Didn't you say it was obviously some point during 2021, but at what point in the year?
So it's not this position. I had the assistant position that was open and interviewed many, many people. And Mr. Whitson suggested that I go through one of the temp agencies, which I did, and I got Chris through that agency. And then I found Rhonda. But in the meantime, we had needs because of the ARPA stuff coming out, because of all just all the things that have been going on in the city that have been, kind of put in this pile, put back on that burner, because, you've seen Mr. Whitson's board in his office.
Okay. And then my other question is have they already, or are they close to recouping their salary for the year of what they have found in money to be lost?
I would say yes. Okay. I would say by the end of the year that would happen.
And they've been on staff for how long?
I'm not sure.
Maybe 60, 70 days.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions or thoughts? Okay. Kathleen, you have a seat. We'll open this up to the public. And any members of the public wish to speak on Resolution 2021-31? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Look for motion.
Motion to approve Resolution 2021-31.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Penny, if you could roll call.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Bryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Bellhumer?
yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Chair Cooley?
No. Motion passes 4-1. And item 14, Resolution 2021-32. Drew?
Resolution 2021-32, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, amending Resolution 2021-23, which adopted the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget to reflect a budget amendment to roll the appropriated fund balances from fiscal year 2020-2021 into the budget for 2021-2022, providing for conflict, providing an effective date hereof.
All right, and City Manager or Kathleen, you want to take us through this one?
Just quickly, this is wrapping up the year for the year end 2021. And, most of the time we have money left in budgets that we can transfer within the budget, which is within our charter, to cover things. But the beach was totally out of money, and that is mainly due to the reasons that were stated in this. I know that earlier in the year, there was a drowning, and the City Commission, stood up and said that we needed to have maybe some more coverage. We also had beautiful Chamber of Commerce weather most of the summer, no storms. And, so that's where it was basically in the salaries that went over. On the upside, the pier, which it's not necessarily a budget amendment, but we had anticipated a $93,000 shortfall when we did the budget for 2021 that would have to be transferred from the general fund, but that actually came down to $48,000. So that's a good thing. And that's because the revenues were so high. We saw some of the highest months at the bait shop and the pier walkouts in the last few months of 2021. That I've seen since I've been here. So,
if I may, and that was directly due to a decision that the commission made to allow the extra hours.
Just to be clear, because I think, Kathleen, you may be speaking on the shortfall amendment. This is the roll forward amendment.
Oh, I am so
everything
sorry.
Kathleen said, keep in mind for the next agenda item.
Yeah, I was wondering, it wasn't making sense with what was in front of me.
Y'all wore me out with that first one. I'm sorry. Okay, back to the encumbrance resolution. So this is the one, if you look, where we're taking projects that were underway at the year end of 2021. And also there was a few things that were ordered that weren't received. So we take those monies for mainly projects and rolled them into the next year so that we can complete them. And as you see, I did a little chart here showing how much money was coming out of the appropriated fund balance, which is basically using reserves for each one of these. And that's the general fund. Now, you got to understand, too, that that money, when it closes out in year-end 21, it's going to go back to the reserves because it wasn't completed. And so now, this is how the city has always done the encumbrances.
So you put the money in the reserves, then when we finish the project this year, you take it out of the reserves.
Exactly. But again, there's always only so much money in the reserves. Right. So anyhow, as you can see, almost $1.4 million is coming out of the utility fund. And if you looked at the schedule, you would see the bulk of that is for the well number 15, which is just kind of getting underway. And then also that the water system improvements, water lines down, I think on the south end of town, that's about over $400,000 job. So, and that's what I'm pulling together for you in my cash flow report, hopefully for the next agenda. But sticking with this is just simply taking projects from the prior year into the current year.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, how close are these numbers to what you anticipate them to be during budget time? Are there any major differences in?
Well, these were all projects that were budgeted in 2021.
Didn't get done.
That didn't get done, so they're coming forward into the new year, so.
Yeah, think of it as kind of like a sweep up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of understand that, but I was just wondering if the money left over covers the money being spent, or if there's.
To your point, we're going to start we haven't had, another thing on the to-do list, is quarterly project meetings with the people that are running these projects.
Okay.
There's been no reporting mechanism to the manager or to the finance director as to where are you? Okay, we gave you $400,000 to complete this project. Have you spent $800,000 and haven't done it yet? Or are you on track, on time, on budget? Are you under, over? There's been no conversation like that. And we need to, as an organization, have those kinds of meetings.
Absolutely. We had one already and it was a great help just because this is just a short list of what's going on in the city. So it's definitely going to be very helpful. We're going to see a lot of changes this year in how reporting is handled.
Okay.
Any other questions? No questions, no comments? All right, we'll open this up to the public. Any members of the public wish to speak on Resolution 2021-32? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Look for.
Motion to approve Resolution 2021-32.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Penny, if you could roll call.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Bryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Bellhumer?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Chair Cooley?
Yes to the motion. Motion passes unanimous. Resolution 2021-33. Drew?
Resolution 2021-33, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, amending Resolution 2020-28, which adopted the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget to reflect the budget amendment, provide funds for year-end budget shortfalls, providing for conflict, providing an effective date hereof.
So what she said before.
So what I said before. Yeah.
Now it's making sense.
Yeah, I am so sorry. I guess I flipped too many pages.
So this is extra money.
This is sort of extra. Yeah, we have to spend $15,000 more than we thought for beach, but we're spending about $40,000 less than we thought we were going to have to transfer to the pier, and that's because there was a 14% increase over what we budgeted for sales.
Wonderful.
And also, our bait shop manager there, Buzz, he does a really good job of keeping the cost of goods. I call it the cost of goods, what he orders for sale. He does a really good job on his margins over there because we do that from time to time, just sit and meet, what's the gross revenues and what are we paying for the products that we buy. And it's usually like a 50, 60% margin there, which is great. 30% is good in that type of business, but 50 and 60 is amazing. So he does a good job over there.
Questions for Kathleen or city manager or comments?
No.
All right, we'll open this up to the public. Any members of the public wish to speak to Resolution 2021-33? Butch, about time you got up.
Doug O'Connor, 27th Street South. My question is, for the last, I've been here a year and a half now. We talk about the loss of money on the pier. We talk about the loss of money on the lifeguards. We talked about going to the county for more money. What are we actually doing? We just said we saved money. You didn't save money. You didn't spend 80 grand. You're still 40 grand over budget, technically. You're running some operations where they're losing money. That's not good business, is it?
We know that.
I know you know it, but what are we doing about it?
All right, so well, you got 3 minutes. Is that the sum of it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, question. Would you like to respond to that, city manager?
I would. We're doing several things about that. Number one, we've written the county a letter when I first got here. We're going to write them another one, and another one, and another one to get the help that we deserve. Because the burden of the lifeguards comes not from, the city residents. It comes from our visitors. And the county, are collecting funds from those visitors, and the county, need to step up and provide more help. Now, in the county's defense, they did sign an agreement with us that allows for marginal increases a little along, but it wasn't for enough money. So that's the first thing we're going to do. The second thing we're going to do is the commission has already given direction to change the pier out. And when we change the pier out, we can get better insurance rates and we can lower our operating costs. And the third thing we're going to do about it is we are going to change some of our lifeguard zones. There's going to be a plan put together. I'm going to be briefing you all in the spring as we get closer, and we're going to kind of, not guard as much beach. All right, so there are things we are doing about it, but I just got here, and I can't, wave my magic wand and do things overnight. But there's a whole pattern of costs and things that have happened, and bills that have been handed to the city unfairly, I think, and we're just going to peel them back one at a time and work on it.
It's the first time I heard of a plan, so thank you.
Then we're going to put up a toll bridge.
Commissioner Bellhumor.
I'm only kidding.
Also, every year we've talked about approaching the county, and it always seems to get put off until after they've already started their budget process.
Every year.
So I think our city manager's well on top of that this round, to where another request will be made prior to their budgeting process, which starts before ours. And that's why our previous city managers have always been a little late in approaching the county and asking. Plus, our new city manager has done some more as far as assessing the costs of visitors to town. So you can actually give the county a number. It's costing us this much money. And that'll give a little more leverage for a request from the county.
He's also established a pretty good relationship with the new county.
I was just going to say that, yeah. The county administrator and all the city managers have been meeting on a fairly regular basis, so nothing comes as a surprise. That they're not just meeting to say hi, they're discussing their mutual problems.
You got to stop the bleeding.
Okay. I actually left public comment open, so before we get too far, let me see. Do we have any other members of the public who wish to speak under public comment for this agenda item? All right. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Final comments on this, Commissioner Phillips? Drew.
I just wanted to point out now is probably a good time, based on those comments, which I think everybody appreciates, to remind your citizenry that the best way of pressuring the county is for the citizenry to pressure the county. You guys have a voice. Mr. Whitson has a voice. The loudest voice is the voice that comes from Flagler Beach, and they are all also citizens of Flagler County and deserve to be able to go to those commission meetings and be heard by that commission. And when the citizens of Flagler Beach organize, that's when you're likely to see the most response come from Flagler County.
Especially if they know that we're going to be cutting down on the amount of space that we can actually patrol.
Very good. Yeah.
Good point, Drew.
The only other call out I had concerning pier expenses is I think we need financially to look at the way the reporting of the pier shop is. There's a lot of different pieces that are being brought into the numbers, but we don't know if the pier shop is profitable or not. Just based on sales and labor, I can tell you it's not, but the question is by how much. And we don't know that number because we've never extracted the pier shop and looked at how much money is it making to put back into the enterprise fund. Does it pay for itself? Is it bleeding? How much is it bleeding? That way we can make some good management decisions. You can as a city manager on how that's being run. Because our margin's good. If we're pulling 50, 60% margin, that's good. But if the volume's not there and your labor's too high, then you're still losing money at a rapid clip. And that's what needs pulled out to be looked at to stop some of that bleeding. That was the only other comment I had.
Now, we have to remember the biggest expense on that pier is the insurance. And as you said, just to repeat what you said, when we do build the new pier, our insurance will be lower. Well, one of you said it, I don't remember which one now, but.
Hopefully our insurance is going to be a lot lower when it's a lot shorter too.
Yeah.
Because it's
be near zero.
Yeah, for like 2 years, it's going to be an A-frame. Yeah. Okay.
Motion to approve resolution 2021-33.
Second.
All right, then if you could roll call.
1 second, cut me off guard.
Can we take a break soon?
We can.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Bellhumeur?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Chair Cooley?
Yes, motion passes unanimous. Shane, are you okay with doing this last one, or do you want to take a break right now?
We're not having anybody up.
Did you want to break now or this agenda?
Yeah, now would be better.
Okay. Is everybody okay with?
Before I have an accident.
Let's do 15, we'll be realistic.
Okay.
All right, 15-minute break, if everybody can make sure their mic's off. We got our sound engineer.
You're ready.
Video engineer. All right, we are back, and we are on item 16, resolution 2021-34. Drew?
Resolution 2021-34, a resolution of the City of Flagler Beach approving a policy to provide an employee bonus program, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
All right, and city manager, if you could take us through that one.
I'm deferring to the city attorney that drafted it.
So this actually came about in part because of the monies being put towards your staff with the ARPA money. As we were looking at that, the question came up about a Florida statute that prohibits us from paying anybody, contractor like myself, or employees for work that they've already done. You can't pay somebody more for the work that they already performed. I would argue that that's inapplicable to what cities are doing with the ARPA money because that's actually premium pay. So I would argue that's paying somebody extra tomorrow because of the conditions that they're working in tomorrow. But it did still raise the issue, and I think the ARPA money, you'll see an item next week. This will be a kind of belt and suspenders now that we'll have this. But just on a go-forward basis, there are those things that come up when, you may say a certain staff member or a certain group of staff members should get a bonus for something really well done. To give an example, in Edgewood on Tuesday night, and I think we've actually had this situation here. We had an officer who performed CPR on somebody, and the person who'd had the CPR performed on them and was alive to tell the story was there. The officer was there. It was, and those kind of things happen. And if we have a policy, this statute allows us to give those bonuses for something that happened last pay period or whatever in the past. So it was a good timing to go ahead and incorporate this into our personnel policies. I kind of followed some, used some common sense, and some of the just having, kind of seen how you approach staff. So tried to put things in here as far as criteria and also a process that I thought you would find acceptable. But if there's anything in the policy you'd like to change, I'm not married to any of this. It does provide for the manager to make the recommendation, but you to have the ultimate sign-off authority as a commission.
All right, questions for Drew?
No, I totally understand. I totally understand the reasoning behind this, and that was the intent to share some of this money with people that put in the time and stayed the course.
This time or next time or whenever. And again, and part of the conversation I had with Mr. Whitson too about that statute is it was never meant to address the situation where frontline employees were getting rewarded for positive work. That statute was adopted to prevent executives from getting payouts on the way out the door. But unfortunately, as is often the case, frontline employees pay the price for bad management.
And just for clarity, this is not coming out of general fund. This
has nothing to do with any monies right now. This is just a policy. So this costs you nothing.
Place.
Any other questions?
No, I think it's great because, we've all seen some employees around the city that just go way up beyond what they're supposed to do. And
Matt had one on his
this is incredible.
reports recently.
Right. So I think it's well written and
Yeah, it's good for employee retention.
All right, we'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on resolution 2021-34? Sun Brothers is here for the hall.
I know.
Wow. We expect you for all future meetings.
I was like, we have a fan club.
wants to make sure we don't change our mind about the ordinance.
You don't live in Pleasant Beach. I thought you lived in Palm Coast. Yeah, but.
We're not as exciting. We've watched y'all's meetings. All right.
You could always go to a school board meeting. They're fun lately.
All right, nobody for public comment, so we will close public comment.
I will make a motion to approve resolution 2021-34.
Second.
Who was the second?
You got dual. I'll give it to
Pick one of us.
All right, motion and second, if you could roll call.
Commissioner Belhumeur?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Bryan?
Yes.
Chair Cooley?
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. Next item, ordinance 2021-14.
Ordinance 2021-14, an ordinance by the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, amending Section 2-17 to add a section entitled Electronic Campaign Filing, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the Code of Ordinances, providing for conflicts, and an effective date.
All right, this is campaign filing. Penny, do you have anything you wanted to add to this?
This is second and final reading. I've already started the process with the petitions for our 2022 election, and the 3 candidates who have signed up, I have notified them that they will be filing their financial reports electronically through the Supervisor of Elections office. It's my understanding that a couple have already heard back from her and have set up their accounts and their passwords, and they're ready to file on their first due date of December 10th.
We have 3 candidates.
Yeah.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. All right, any questions for Penny?
No.
On second reading?
I'll make a motion that we,
Yep.
oh, I'm sorry.
You can motion, go ahead.
All right. I'll make the motion that we approve ordinance 2021-14 on second reading.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second. I'll open this up for public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on ordinance 2021-14? Seeing no one, close public comment. Penny, if you could roll call.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Bryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Belhumeur?
Yes.
Chair Cooley?
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. Ordinance 2021-15. Drew?
Ordinance number 2021-15, an ordinance of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, relating to signs, amending Article 7 of the City of Flagler Beach Land Development Regulations relating to signs, amending provisions related to temporary signs and signs exempt from permitting, providing for severability, providing for codification, conflicts, and an effective date. This is the one that I spoke to you about in my comments last time, asking for permission to go ahead and do this out of sequence with what's coming down the pike with your LDRs, because we do have the election coming up. This has not been to PAR board yet. If you approve it, or if you move it forward on first reading, we'll take it to PAR board in December. So before you see it again for second reading, PAR board will have seen this and had an opportunity
Okay, I was
to give any
wondering, because
recommendation.
somewhere
It says in the whereas clauses
yeah.
that it has. It will before you make a
Okay.
final decision, if you move it forward tonight on first reading. The real substantive piece of it, which is what I was referencing in the comments at the meeting that I brought it up, is lines 131 through 142. And what you see there is the deletions from the definitions. You see free expression signs, garage sale signs, permanent signs. No, I'll leave permanent signs alone. Election signs, free expression signs. We didn't actually have real estate signs, but those have gone away because the Supreme Court back in 2016 said if you're regulating a sign as a real estate sign because it has a real estate message, that's content-based restriction. And so that's why those are coming out. Unfortunately, as I think we talked about here when I was venting some frustration at that ruling, the impact of it was going to be and has been in places that have addressed it, is actually forcing local governments to more narrowly restrict all speech. Because what you could do is say, okay, well, if we can't say you can have 3 election signs and 1 free expression sign and 1 real estate sign, we're just going to say you can have 1 sign. And there are jurisdictions that have done that. You can have 1 temporary sign. And so speech is now reduced from what it was before. Where I think the better approach is, and what I proposed in this, is to allow the 365-day-a-year sign, or signs, it's 2 signs here, and the reason for being 2, not 1, is there have been some appellate courts over the last several years that have at least expressed disdain for 1 free speech sign regulations because, as one of them said, what if the husband and wife have different opinions? So that's why I use that number 2, If you said take it down to 1, I'm not going to pitch a fit or tell you you're going to get sued, but that is why it's 2, not 1. So 365 days a year, you can have 2 signs that meet the size requirements that are in there. And then if your house is for rent or sale, you get to add 1. So you could have 3. They could all say the same thing. One of them does not have to say for rent or for sale because we can't regulate that part of it. And then during election season, you could have, which is 90 days prior to the election until I think 10 days after what I put in here, you could have 2 more. So peak signage, if you were selling your house during election season, you could have 5 signs.
Perfect storm.
Right, in the perfect storm, 5 signs is your sign clutter.
All right, questions or thoughts?
Tallahassee, right?
No, this isn't a Tallahassee issue. This is a Washington. Yeah, this is a Washington D.C. issue.
Yeah.
Not a Tallahassee.
I did have a correction on line 138. It says which Flagler County or Volusia County votes will be
Voters.
called voters.
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am. And just before I completely shut up, why you see the changes, why permanent signs came out?
That was
It's
my question.
impossible to determine when is a sign permanent. Temporary, I can tell you a temporary sign when it's meant to be up. I think we kept in the, no, we did take out the 90 days. It's meant to be there for limited duration. I can tell you when a sign is stuck in the ground on, it's made out of cardboard or the plastic and stuck in the ground, that's meant to be there for limited duration. If it's on a concrete pad, it's not meant to be there for a limited duration. So I took out the permanent sign because I can't always define what a permanent sign is. So where I needed to, some places where I took out permanent, it didn't even need to make the distinction. Where I still felt the distinction needed to exist, I just distinguished it as temporary, our defined term, and then non-temporary, meaning this is meant to be there for a longer period of time than temporary. Your election signs are almost always going to be temporary.
Questions or comments? The only call out I had that if Drew is not going to pitch a fit or say that we're going to be sued, I would say that my recommendation would be 1 sign. I don't think 2 signs all year round in a bunch of these homes is the look that we want on the island, nor I think it's desirable for the vast majority of our citizens to be looking at. And if we are safe, which it sounds like we are, my recommendation would be to say the 1.
I'll second that.
I would prefer it if you think we're pretty safe with it.
I'm not going to lose sleep if the number is 1. And if some of these decisions start, to move higher up the food chain and it looks like 2 is the right number, we'll come back and we'll change it.
Yeah, if we have to change it because we, start facing things like that, then we can always change it. I think to start with 2 is just not the right thing for Flagler Beach, but that's.
Well, if you say 2, they're going to put up 3.
Yeah, we're at 7.
I'm just being honest.
Well, and that's something actually a little bit unique to Flagler Beach is we do allow permanent signs in residential. You actually have another section that deals with where I could have a permanent sign. So if I were to go through a permitting process and get another sign, I could get to 2 with 1 being a permanent sign. That's permitted through your typical sign permitting process. So, which actually eases some of that concern, is even if the winds were to blow that direction and looks like one free speech sign is going the way of the dodo, we actually currently allow 2. We just exempt 1. You have to get a permit for the second.
For the second. Okay. Do we address lighting of signs in here? I don't remember.
In your sign code, what it provides is signs, you can't see the bulb, essentially. So you can light your signs, but you can't see the bulb. There can't be glare, right? There can't be glare onto the right-of-way or on adjoining properties. So if I can see the bulb, the light that's causing the light.
All right, let's go back to the lighting of other properties. What line is that, Debbie?
Prohibited signs, H.
What's the line number?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, 2.
296 line?
A sign that is not shielded. Okay. I'm going to use what happened on Palm Drive prior to Halloween as an example. There were like, I didn't count them, 95 signs on this guy's property, all of which were horrendous, but that's my opinion.
When was this? Halloween. Really?
And they were lighted. Each sign, there was this row of lights in the ground aimed up at the signs. Not just one or two, but across the whole front of the property. And that had to have affected not the right-of-way, but the people on either side.
So they would be in violation then?
Well,
They would probably not of this, because it's if you can see the light, you can't see the source. And you're talking about the light that bounces off of the thing that's being lit. But what do you think of saying with a temporary sign, no lighting whatsoever, it can't be lit? And I can actually make a pretty good basis for that, because if you have a permanent sign that you have to get a permit for, and you're going to light it, that lighting is going to be part of your permit application. So then we get a chance to look at the lighting before the sign goes up. With a temporary sign, or these exempt signs, because it's exempt, you don't go through any permitting process, so there's just sign and lighting, and it may cause a problem that we never got a chance to get in front of. So I'm good with the idea of saying on these temporary signs that they cannot be illuminated.
Good, okay.
We wouldn't get into any kind of distinction or trouble with someone arguing that they're holiday decorations?
Well, I took out, let's see, somewhere in here, I actually took out the exemption for holiday decorations for that reason, because that was
207, line 207.
I mean, and I don't think it was just a rationalization there. I think it actually was, seeing how they were put up and when they were taken down. But that is the problem with holiday and seasonal decorations.
Yeah, no.
Thursday is my holiday, and these are my holiday decorations. I mean, that's why
Well,
I
I
took
know
out.
you said, let's not make us think over that, because
That's
it
why,
might
but that's
be
why,
his
that's why I
Halloween
struck that
decorations.
language at 207. So your string lighting you can have up, but if your holiday decorations consist of signs, they're signs.
And the signs cannot be illuminated, if we get
right.
that.
Mhm.
I like
But,
that.
yep.
So
if
that
there's-
covers city manager's call.
That covers what he's talking about. It covers the comment about, yes, the holiday, somebody calling signage holiday decorations, but important to recognize, and I'm not saying to go the other route, but if you stick a sign in the ground at Christmas time that says Merry Christmas, that's a sign, and it's going to count towards your
one.
That's right, towards your one. Exactly right. And so if you have two temporary signs that both say Merry Christmas or one says something else,
It better get permitted.
you're right. You have to comply with the code with any signage that you might otherwise consider holiday decorations. Because if it's a sign, doesn't matter if it's about a holiday or not. Because we cannot say you get to put up. We cannot say if it's a sign about Christmas, it's not a sign. But if it's a sign about, Drew's an idiot, well, that's a sign, and you got to take that down. I can't do that. Right.
Is that a holiday?
I think we should make that a holiday, yes.
Commissioner Belhumeur?
So if we go back to one sign, so it'll be up to let's say that'd be line 131, right? Up to one
Correct.
temporary sign.
Up to two would become up to one, or actually
So-
up to two would become one temporary sign.
Right. So how does that apply to campaign signs on top of that?
So you would have one sign 365 days a year. If you were 90 days ahead of through 10 days after the election, you could have two more. So you could have 3 election signs, assuming that you weren't using one for some other speech. And then during any period your house is or a property is for sale or lease, you could add a 4th.
So now we're down to 4.
Right. You're right. Your perfect storm now is 4 total temporary signs.
Do corner lots have any no advantage to corner lots anymore?
Nothing in this now.
Because it used to be
One along each frontage.
Each street front. So okay.
Rick would also like to know if all 3 of the campaign signs can be the same.
They can.
Okay. I got that for you. Penny?
I could probably ask you later, Drew, so sorry for dragging out.
That's all right.
But like special events, like out in Veterans Park, a lot of times they'll have one facing each corner and an additional banner hanging up. Are they limited to the 4 if it's a recreation zone property or a commercial property?
If it's a special event, I think special event signage is going to be handled differently because these are just the stick in the ground signs
Okay.
that we're talking about.
Well, there, a lot of times they are.
Oh, they are using stick in the ground. I'll get with you and we'll talk about it. If there needs to be tweaks to make sure that we're not affecting events, we'll carve those out.
And it's still no off-site signage for events either, correct?
Correct. That's not
Perfect.
changing.
I think it's First Friday, there'll be signs all over the place with the.
Matter of fact, there should be a sign going up tomorrow on the corner about First Friday.
Wow.
That's
Been a
exciting.
while. It's been a while. Okay, any other comments or questions? All right, we'll open this up, public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on ordinance 2021-15? If you can, please state your name and address.
Ron Schultz, 104 North 3rd Street. I hope this isn't an obvious answer, but does this apply to no trespassing signs?
Those actually would be statutory signs. So there is a separate exemption in the code for statutorily required signage. And with no trespassing, there is a statute about that on how, when I have to place them and how far apart I have to place them. So they actually would not be captured.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, there is a spacing stat on that. Okay, any other members of the public wish to speak under this agenda item? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Look for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve ordinance 2021-15 as amended.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Penny?
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Bryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Bellhumor?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Chair Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
And this will be going to the PAR Board for their review and then back to you for second reading.
All right. Staff reports.
When it goes to our board, it'll have the changes that that we,
Yeah, I'll make those probably next week.
okay.
All right, so we're doing staff first now. So you're still up, Drew?
I think the only thing I have tonight is during code enforcement this afternoon, we had a parking citation appeal. Very honest, the officer actually was unavailable to attend, but the appellant was very honest and acknowledged that yes, probably her car was out over the sidewalk. And because we didn't have an officer here to actually present the other side of the case, the magistrate was looking for a creative solution. And she was very honest, very willing. She had already told us that she'd talked to all of her neighbors about this and she didn't know. We were talking before the meeting started. Chief and I were talking about that. That's the most frequent defense that we've heard is, I didn't know. And there is a lot of re-education going on now that we are handling in-house these parking citations. And I don't disbelieve, I think, anybody who has said it. It's been so long since all of us have looked at that handbook, license handbook, that a lot of people just have forgotten these things. So when the magistrate was looking for a creative solution, since we didn't have an officer available today, and we'd already had her say that she told her friends, I suggested, well, if you'll uphold the citation, the city won't ask for the fine to be paid this time if she will commit to tell 10 of her friends and neighbors to not only about this being a violation, not just in Flagler Beach, but everywhere in the country, all these other things we keep having to write citations for. She committed to that, and I think everybody walked out of the hearing content. But it caused the magistrate to ask towards the end, or at the end, if I would approach you, and something more substantive than call your friends and neighbors was, but when we have these appeals, we've had a couple of what sounded to him and to the rest of us as genuine hardship cases, restaurants where there was nowhere else to park, they were just trying to get to work, and you're working as a server at a restaurant and you have a $100 citation, and he doesn't have any discretion to say anything, I am upholding the citation, you have to pay. Because we've been in the educational process, we have not been asking for costs. The magistrate wanted us to be there for a little while too, although I think he's ready to start imposing costs. He's asked me to ask you if you would have any interest in maybe tweaking that ordinance a little bit, almost like we did with the littering ordinance, and creating a, what's it called in criminal law, Chief? Not deviation, what's it called when you know, not that. Diversionary program, almost a diversionary program, where if somebody chooses to appeal, and instead of just paying the money, and they come to the appeal, and there is, whether it's something about the case, something about their financial circumstances, where the magistrate would have the ability to say, okay, well, I'm going to instead of ordering you to pay $100, I'm going to order you to participate in 2 beach cleanups. Or if we could find something that was more traffic and parking education related, we certainly would go in that direction, but something to give an opt-in for somebody. I don't think he would have the authority under state law to force somebody to do something, but I think he does have the ability, given you giving him the authority to in the code, he would be able to say, I'm upholding the citation, you can pay $100 or you can do this, and then find that community service. And I think it's actually a valid concept, because I don't think we're really filling any coffers with traffic citations, and that's not our intent in writing traffic citations. And at least in my life, I've learned a lot more by spending an afternoon doing work than I have by taking 30 seconds to write a check.
I think it's a good call out.
Like it.
Consensus?
I would like to just add a caveat that you can only use the diversion once, though, because people will be like, heck, I'll just park where I want, and then I'll just go pick up the beach and do what I always do, or something of that nature.
I think that's very, very valid point.
Yeah. Chief, can I ask you what you think about it?
Do you really want to know my answer?
Yeah. That's why I'm asking you.
Parking's a quality of life issue in Flagler Beach. We're going to enforce parking ordinances. Y'all are the policymakers. We're going to write tickets, and if it comes down to it, and that's what you think, then I'm fine with it.
Okay.
This would
We write a lot of warnings. I wrote 3 on Tuesday in less than an hour. And they were all parked the wrong direction. And one was from Wisconsin, and the other ones were from Flagler County.
Can I float an idea by you, Chief?
Sure.
So I just said, if we could think of anything, any type of community service parking related, that would be, what do you think? And honestly, what do you think? Because I can think of, you might have some reservations about it, of that community service spending 2 hours with a Flagler Beach police officer who's doing a walk around writing parking citations.
That's not a good idea.
Okay. Thought you might say that.
First off, liability-wise.
Yeah, that's where.
You can ask Liz, but she's not gonna like it.
Well, and the diversion is for the magistrate to decide on a case-by-case basis. It is not an option for somebody to get out of paying a ticket.
It's not going to be the entire docket addressed that way.
Right.
This,
to weigh the facts.
I was here, and this was a rather extreme circumstances, and there was she was genuinely sorry for what she had done, and was willing to do. Actually, it was kind of like you said, it was her suggestion of sorts that gave you the idea, I guess. But
especially the biggest one that I see that gets me is people parking the wrong direction. It's a safety issue. You have to cross oncoming traffic not once, but twice.
Right.
Where would you think that would be okay?
It's like speeding. It's the basics of driving. You should write a ticket every single time on those. My personal opinion.
It's worse than speeding, because you could be on 95 and get caught up in the traffic around you, but you purposely cross oncoming traffic, then you park, then you have to cross oncoming traffic again turn around behind you to make sure you don't get rear-ended for someone that's going the right direction. It's in page 36 of the Florida Driver's Handbook. Driving is a privilege, not a right. And again, our officers write a lot of warnings, especially, it's the holidays and it's Toys for Tickets, little 7th annual Toys for Tickets. We're going to write a lot of warnings in the next 30 days because it's hard to write somebody a $200 or $100 ticket and take something out of some kid's Christmas. It's a little tough, but we do a lot of education when it comes to
Diversion doesn't get you out of a toy.
Do you have any interest in teaching a citizens class on parking?
Absolutely.
No, but I'm brainstorming over here. What if instead of diversionary community service, it was almost like if I get a speeding ticket, what do I have to do to keep points off my license? I got to go to traffic school. What if instead of community service, we said instead of paying a fine, you can go sit through Matt Downey's parking class where he can walk you back through the traffic handbook. But it's really not a terrible idea.
And we can throw in the lady that facilitates the test for the county.
A lot of these really are, as much as we can sit here and say, don't you know better? I've sat through these hearings and they really don't, because it's gone on. It's like you heard it today. Well, I've been doing this for 3 months and I just now got a citation for it. These are people who have been doing this for decades in all the cities they've lived in and never gotten a ticket because these are things that police manpower often is not focused on. It's focused on it here. So we're writing a lot more of these tickets, and people really don't realize that I'm not supposed to do this. So actually, that little, if we did a once a month or once every 2 month class, that might do a lot, because you could teach not only these are the things that you can't do, but the why. And that's where we spend in these hearings. That's what we're spending on these, because both the magistrate and myself, we're trying to educate, and the officers too, why you don't do this. Like today, why don't you block the sidewalk? Well, they can walk around, they can step off the sidewalk and walk around the car.
Yeah, exactly, and get hit.
And step into the street.
That's exactly what she said, too.
Is that something you're interested in or no?
I would absolutely, but I would probably need a member of the Florida Bar to help me.
Nice. Touche.
Maybe someone from the Maitland area. Plays guitar in his off time. Rhymes with the name Drew Smith.
No, a refresher of the rules of the road.
No, if the special magistrate, if that's something that they want to incorporate once a month, I would have no problem.
You're good with the concept, so I'll actually, at our next magistrate hearing, I'll kind of mention it to him and see what direction he'd like to go, what he would like as far as diversionary options.
Well, and I was going to say, you have a consensus on diversion, then y'all can formulate stuff. I'm pretty sure that you're not going to get pushed back from
And Commissioner Mealy, to your point, the real answer is tickets is a failure. That means somebody didn't do something that you wanted them to do, something that they should know that they're supposed to do. Tickets are a failure. Mm-hmm. It's a corrective measure. So if we can use this as a means to create positivity, to correct the behavior so that they can pass it on to other people, I'm 100% behind it.
Okay.
What else you got, Drew? City manager.
Thank you, Matt.
The joint commission power board meeting the other night, there was discussion about the right-of-way and about drainage, and I'll just say, based on my observation and short tenure here so far, that the rights-of-way and the drainage areas in this community are a mess. You have things put there that shouldn't have been there. Our code enforcement has been inconsistent at best. We're hoping to correct that as we go forward. I've talked to Drew and I've talked to Penny. They've done some research. We don't really have a good, clean connection between the land development code and the ordinance. So we're going to do that. We're going to bring back some recommendations and suggestions. And the main thing is that these rights-of-way are public property, and they're there to help drainage, which we have a severe problem with in this community. They also are public property, so people can park on them. Maybe you don't like somebody parking near your house, but guess what? That's not your property. It is the public's property. And so we're going to, again, I think part of the answer here is education. Part of it is correction of ordinances. And we're going to begin that process. And I was asked to speak on that tonight, and that's kind of the direction that we're going, unless you have further direction.
I have a question. Do you guys have any comments or questions?
No, it's good he's doing it.
One of the main questions was that was brought up is it's getting put in land development regulations, but is there ordinances and codes on it now that can be enforced?
No.
Not really.
And Penny and I both went through it. Strictly speaking, depending on what we're talking about, and I remembered what it was when you and I first spoke about it, when you mentioned to me this morning, that back right after I think I'd come in, we actually, I think somebody at the city sent a letter out to people. I think it was the triangular concrete pieces. Do you remember? Mm-hmm. And we told them they had to move those. And we can still do that with things that somebody puts in the right of way because it is the right of way. You can't block the right of way. But if it's just maintaining, that's a sketchier issue. So yes, we can deal with it through a code that deals with exactly what we want to deal with it. But I also want to be clear that it is still the public right of way. I can't go in and take over the public right of way.
Which is what's happening. And the concern was if we do not have codes or ordinances on that would need developed outside of, ahead of land development regulations. It was kind of what was informally brought up.
And maybe even not even put into your land development regulations at all. It may be something that you don't have to put there, but instead put into your code of ordinances, because it's more of a regulatory ordinance and not so much of a development-oriented ordinance.
So as it stands right now today, we cannot enforce it because we don't have codes or
You have nothing to enforce. You can still say, if I were to go out right now and put a boulder in the right-of-way, that's the right-of-way, not my own property, but the right-of-way, you could tell me I got to move the boulder because I've created a traffic hazard. You know, it's still the public right-of-way. I cannot take over the public right-of-way. We don't have to have a code to say that, but that's an extreme example. There are other things that go on, driveways. I'm going to put brick pavers down. Well, that's not negating the function of the right-of-way, but it is creating headaches when it comes to that right-of-way.
Yeah, we have some homework to do. We don't have the right structure in place. We've got this on our to-do list.
So do we as a body need to give you consensus to move forward with ordinance and code?
Correct. If you don't like this direction, then we need to know it, but at this point, that's where we are.
Go do it.
Will you be able to incorporate sightline hazards in that too, or is that the same as putting a rock in the
That would be a priority. That would be one of the things that we would be focusing on, is making sure you have good sight lines.
It's line of sight and safety, drainage, and things like that. I mean, we would just kind of prioritize the list.
Okay, so consensus for city manager, city attorney.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
You got it.
Okay.
All right, what else you got?
That's it for right now. So, I mean, basically what I'm hearing is that we do our research, we go back through everything, and then bring back some recommendations on the right tools that our staff would need to follow up on this matter.
All right, Penny.
As I briefly mentioned before, we've started the petition process for the March 2022 election. The petition process will end at noon on December 16th. An applicant, someone considering it, needs to come in or call and make an appointment with myself, and we'll set up a date to review your papers, get your paperwork completed. You would need to have 48 petitions certified by the Supervisor of Elections before that deadline of December 16th. And if for some reason you're interested and you missed that, regular qualifying will begin after the first meeting in January and continue for 5 business days. And I believe the cost is I think it's right over $600 now, 5 something, I don't remember. You could still do it that way. So if anyone's interested, come in and see me. And the other reminder is that we'll be closed on Thursday and Friday next week in observance of Thanksgiving.
Question while you're still with staff.
Commissioner Bellinger.
We got to pick a date for our next joint meeting.
I'm going to work with you. He's
Okay.
given me some information, and that'll a task I'm going to tackle tomorrow. So if I come in bald on Monday, you'll know.
All right, Penny Bald, got it.
Yeah.
All right. Is that it, Penny?
From the weed killer?
Yeah.
No.
All right.
I get the weed killer.
Chief of Police, Public Information Officer, Cameraman, and Traffic Parking Teacher. What you got?
Just real quick, I just want to thank everybody for their support for Chief Tom Foster and the Bunnell Police Department. We were at a funeral earlier this week, and Chief Foster and the sheriff, they did a great job. Our officers helped them with escorts of Sergeant Guida a couple different times, and there were cops that came over from Hillsborough County.
Wow.
To pay tribute on motorcycles. That's a long drive on a motorcycle. So to come over, but just the outpouring from the commission, from the community, the support. We've lost 2 law enforcement officers in this county in less than 90 days to COVID and to a freak training accident. So anytime you lose a brother or sister in blue or green or tan, it hurts personally because we're a big family. So to the commission, to my boss, and everybody out there, thanks for the support. We appreciate it. Give thanks every day.
Thank you, Chief. All right. Commission comments, Mayor.
I have a couple things tonight. First, I would like to start the first of many thank yous to Beachfront Grill for offering to prepare the Thanksgiving meals for the residents of Flagler Beach. And just a reminder that you must RSVP by Monday, the 22nd, to have a meal delivered on Thanksgiving between 11 and 1. If anyone wants to volunteer, they can meet at Beachfront Grill at 10:30 in the morning, and there we will distribute the meals and give addresses and names and telephone numbers to
Thursday at 10:30?
On Thanksgiving. And then we are also looking for donations for Feed Flagler, and those can be brought to City Hall if anyone wants to donate, and that helps go towards the expense of the meals for Beachfront Grill. Then we have...
She did say 10:30.
10:30 on Thanksgiving.
Sorry.
It's okay. Yes, because then we will start delivering meals at 11. So we have that on Thanksgiving. We have our First Friday and Starry Nights coming back for December 3rd. First Friday 6 to 9, Starry Nights is 6 to 10. Then we have our December 4th, our first Saturday. We are still having at the beach cleanup. That's at 9 o'clock. Meet under the A-frame at the pier. And then also on December 4th, and this is where I have a question for the commission and then want to cover a couple things, is also the parade. I spoke with the Rotary, and we had agreed as a commission to have 50 floats in the parade, and we are almost at max. And that does not include commissioners, first responders, banner, color guard, all of that. So we would actually be going over. So I thought we could lead by example this year for this parade, and we could do one float and have it together. And I would volunteer. I have a truck, I have a trailer, and I have everything for a float that can just be assembled, and we can all ride together and lead by example, since we asked the community to reduce the number for the parade, that we should do that as well. So do we have any thoughts on that?
All the elected officials.
It would be all the elected officials, and if we wanted to, we can invite the city manager as well.
Well, you should definitely come.
Well, we're at max, and we're already like the plus of, and then it's like, well, why even have a rule if we're just gonna break it on the first
The
thing.
two of us are up for reelection.
Before, years ago, staff used to decorate the floats for the elected officials. We had them all dressed up like former presidents. We had Ron Bath as Ben Franklin, Bruce Jones. And, yeah, I mean, we had, it was a lot of fun.
That was hysterical.
I didn't hear what he said.
He said, are we going to make him dress up as Obama?
Betsy Ross. It was fun.
I mean, what can I say? I can't 100% commit to be on the float just due to my work schedule, but it's something that I can make a big push to do. I'm in a much better staffing position than I have been previously, so that's something that I probably could do.
Do you have time to create a float?
They have something called a kit. A kit. You just order it and it comes up and you just, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
30-minute assembly.
Wheels and all?
Oh, well, no, I have the trailer. I have a 7 by 16 foot trailer. No, we're good.
Sure.
Yeah. I just want people. So I wanted to roll that out to you guys.
Oh, if Rick's ready to give up his boat, then I'll go along with it.
Really? My driver all set up already.
I was going to ride my 51 Schwinn, but that's okay.
We can take one of your vintage trucks and it can pull a trailer.
I sold my vintage truck.
Oh.
I'll be,
Oh, did you sell it?
But he's riding a bicycle, so he didn't take much room.
I'll be on the women's club float,
Oh, okay.
or my car. Will be
I was
part
going
of-
to say, what
We're not a float.
What float?
I'm getting tired. It'll be my car, so I won't be able to be part of elected officials.
So thoughts on elected officials? Together, separate?
I think it's a great idea, together.
Well, if we do it together, then you got
I
it.
can't be in, can't be in two spots, though.
You can plan it for your 4th of July and just figure out something for now.
I mean, I think it would be fun. I just can't back out on the women's club this time.
Yeah, because you have the
Well, it's
convertible.
Yeah, because I got a convertible on.
Yeah. Yeah, you and Kay, I think, are the only ones with convertibles.
No, I don't necessarily want to give up tradition with my boat.
You guys just let me know what you want to do. I was
We have
trying.
to let you know now. It's
Yes,
right
you have
around
to
the
let me know
corner.
now because I have to hit send or buy now on Amazon.
I'd rather go by myself.
You got 3 out.
So yeah, out, and out. So the majority is to go separate.
Okay. Now, I have a second question because we have had parade quarrel, issues in the past. I went over and did the proper research of the order, and it's the banner, the color guard. Then it's supposed to be the host, and the host is the Rotary, just so we all know that they will go ahead then with the Grand Marshal and the officials. And the Rotary, they want to go in that order, and I was 100% behind it because if they're going to take on doing the parades in this city, then they should have the glory.
Yeah.
Agreed.
As long as all the volunteer groups that put on the parade are recognized equally.
React.
Yeah, if they have a shot. So REACT is a large player in the traffic control for the parade. So if they
The city
want to be
can't
up
operate
with the host volunteers, then they should get that slot too. And anybody else, I don't know who else is involved in it, but I know the parade probably couldn't be put on without REACT, at least as far as
This
traffic.
city can't run without React.
They're good players. They're
Flagler County insists we have to be politically
yeah,
correct.
they help out with 4th of July. So as long as it's equal for the host volunteer groups that they all get represented, should they choose so.
Okay.
I think the issue came up when the sheriff was ahead of us, of the
Okay.
elected officials.
That would be an issue.
Well, we got it cleared up, so we are
Okay.
good.
But traditional parade orders, all elected officials go on the front. So the sheriff is a constitutional officer. So if he wanted to be towards the front of the parade, I mean, he has a giant motorcade of all kinds of stuff, but he is a constitutional officer, so if he wanted to be in the section towards the front of the parade, you know, behind the Flagler elected officials, he has that option, according to traditional parade.
Okay.
So it's just, you know, other electeds like Flagler County, constitutional officers like property like Jay, if he wanted to be in it, he would be up with elected officials behind us. If they, does that make sense? That's traditional parade order.
Okay, perfect. And then I only had one more thing is Friends of Betty Steflik Park, they are still always looking for volunteers for Brazilian peppers and just trash pickup in Betty Steflik Park.
All right, Betty Steflik, Brazilian peppers shouldn't be cut anymore now.
It was on the city website that they were looking for volunteers.
But once they start getting the berries on them, you're spreading them more by cutting them.
Well, maybe they're going to start doing training.
Who
I don't
is
know.
who is the person in charge of that?
Chris Nelson.
He is the guy.
I'm meeting tomorrow with the group. It was trying to gather, you know, volunteers for future missions, so.
Okay.
Okay, as long as it's in the future.
Yeah.
As long as Chris is in charge, because
I know.
he is the
There's
pepper
no
guy.
more cutting. We're good. We're done with the cutting.
And that's it. That's all I have.
Commissioner Bryan.
Some of the things we did, we had, of course, thanks to Jane, it's Veterans Day celebration last week, which was really awesome.
And thank you for the wonderful job you did.
Well, thank you guys. It was a good celebration. A lot of folks turned out, and it was very good. Just had a couple of questions, and I'll just, Commissioner Bellingham was working on the monument, and City Manager said you had a status on where it was as far as approximate time when we might get it going. You can cover that if you want during your comments.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay. The other thing is, we finished the 3 prototype benches in the park, as everyone probably knows. Well, at least we finished 2 of them. First one that a friend of mine down the street, your neighbor, he and I started on the one right over in Custer's Park first. So if we were going to make any mistakes, it was very close at home. So we did that one first, and then we did the 2 out here in Veterans Park. And got some really good news. I just wanted to read something that I got the other day when I opened up my email, and it says, congratulations on behalf of the Home Depot Foundation. I'm pleased to inform you that the following grant has been approved. Grant ID has got the numbers to the grantee is City of Flagler Beach. The grant amount is $3,660.
Thank you, Home Depot.
I'm the contact, and it's at the Palm Coast store. And I want to shout out to Therese Watson and also to Mike Pikel. Mike was the guy that headed up the thing and helped me get it going in the first place. So I call him Big Mike because he's just that. He's about 6'6", 6'7". If you go down the Golden Line, sometimes you'll see him down there having a beverage. But I really appreciate these guys coming out. And the scope of the work is Team Depot to provide donation of materials to support benches construction for the City of Flagler Beach Veterans Park. What they will do is actually send me payment cards by email, and I'll use those cards to go over to Home Depot and purchase the materials that they will be sending. We wanted a recyclable type material, and if you want to see what cigarette butts and other kinds of plastic bottles make, you'll see these things here because they're actually like timbers that are made out of plastic recycled material. I also contacted a bronze plate company, nameplate for benches, and I was just in touch with them today, and I'm paying for myself a prototype of a bronze bench plaque that will be coming so that I'll be able to show it to everyone and get an idea of what it's going to be like. But you put the veteran's name on it, their rank, the service they were in, and then the years that they were actually serving. So
Do that again, Ken, the name?
Yeah, you could, well, what you could look at is the words, like you might have Sergeant, the individual's name, and then you can have U.S. Air Force, U.S. Army.
Of the branch?
The branch of service, and then the time that they served. And I mean, I'm open for ideas because it's the size of the plaque, not the number of letters. So what I'll do is probably next meeting or maybe before, I'll bring one in or let you see it, and I'd like to have some input on what you'd like to have it look like. So we're still going to move forward with the sponsorship of the benches, and even though a significant amount of it will be paid for, the funds that we have from the donations will actually, if we have funds left over, I talked to the city manager about it, we can put that towards the purchase of a new fountain. So we can start working on the next item in the park itself. But the letter was very good here, and it also includes in the grant is the project date submitted to corporate. And in addition to that, they say begin recruiting volunteers and schedule associates accordingly. And they're also going to provide orange T-shirts and these kinds of things here. So if we can coordinate a date of volunteers and the corporate volunteers from Home Depot, we might have a whole team out here with all the equipment and everything necessary to do all the benches in maybe one day. And
I'll provide cookies.
In regard to the nameplate,
tools.
my buddy down the street, who's also my fishing buddy, is a great carpenter, cabinet maker, and he's already creating a jig that we'll actually be able to put on the back of the bench and route out a little area so that the nameplate would actually be recessed into the back.
Oh, nice.
And each one of these particular plates are salt tolerant. They can withstand the elements of the ocean and this kind of thing here. So that's what we're working on. To have something that's going to last a long time and beyond the time that I'll certainly be here. But that's what we're looking at. The other thing I did was because I want to give a shout out to Lowe's as well, because Lowe's provided us with the first batch of this recycled material. And they came out here and he met with us, and they gave me the first 25 boards that we were able to use as prototypes. I was kind of disappointed to have to send him an email and said, thanks a lot, but we already got a grant from Home Depot. I said, but by the way, we have some other projects, and one is a playground, or a couple of playgrounds, and we're going to need some pergolas. I got an email back from Jay, and Jay lives right down here in the city. And he said, let me know what kinds of materials you're going to need for the pergolas for the playground.
Great.
So I'll be in touch with Commissioner on some of the things we might need for that.
Wonderful.
That's pretty much it as far as I have going on here, and we'll just keep pressing forward.
Well, Commissioner Bryant, earlier you brought up noise ordinance.
I did.
And I think it'd be good to have some discussion around that.
What I was looking at here is, and I talked to the, I'm not trying to be a strict enforcer about things and all, but I think just like our trash and litter ordinance that we had, we tweeted a little bit, and one on parking on the dunes, and, we retweeted that one. The one on civility and decorum, we retweeted that one. I think maybe we should seriously consider looking at the noise ordinance as well, in light of the fact that we've had some issues in the past, most recently. And, the issues that I have, I guess, and the concern is that even though there are some, you want to call them penalties, if there are 3 complaints against a bad actor, you actually have to wait a year before anything is done. So if that individual is a bad actor and they start out in the first, second month of their permitting and they just keep being a bad actor, you can give them 10, 15, complaints, and you still have to wait until they come before the magistrate. Is that not true?
3 violations,
Okay.
and they go before the magistrate, and the magistrate has the authority to forfeit their permit.
Okay.
And that's part of that is due process, and that's why I was having the conversation during the break, actually, with Mr. Whitson, of being careful not to base it on complaints. Because I think actually before Commissioner Phillips and Commissioner Bryan came on, I can't remember it would have been before, because it was before COVID, and it was Tortugas. If you remember, you had the constant, you were probably, you're both aware because you were both here and paying attention.
Right.
You had constant complaints that were complaints, but the police would go out and there wasn't a violation, but the complaints kept coming.
Right.
And why I say you always want to base it on violations, because a violation means somebody has had their due process right. But violation does not mean it's necessarily gone to the magistrate. If the police go out with the decibel meter and they write a citation, and that's just like a parking ticket, if I pay it, or if I just do nothing with it, don't appeal it, as soon as that appeal period runs, it's a violation. And so if they get 3 of those, yes, it does go to the magistrate, but that gives them their day in court to say, this is why I should not have my permit pulled. Okay. And really all the magistrate's looking at there is, well, wait a second, were these 3 violations validly written? If so, permit's gone. So there is something before you get there, because the the time before the last time, or the second to last time now, that it was here, it was, I think, the property that was being referenced earlier, that we did have a bad actor in that restaurant and just thumbing his nose at the neighbors, and that's when we strengthened it. So our outdoor entertainment and noise ordinances have kind of been on this wave pattern, depending on whether the noisemakers were being unreasonable or the complainers were being unreasonable. We've kind of, the pendulum has been swinging back and forth. But I think Mr. Whitson and I, when we were talking about it during the break, I think we both have some good ideas to address some of these things, and at the very least, maybe give a little bit more definition to what we're accomplishing in the outdoor entertainment permitting process.
And that's what I'm looking at, because I think it's only a few people that are going to be the bad actors, because in most cases, we have business people that want to be good neighbors, and they want to make sure that they have customers that are happy with what's going on as well. But again, I think it's just very prudent that we at least look at it and see if there's some things that we can do in order to avoid some of the Rocky Road types of things. And again, making the individual applicants aware that you should be a good neighbor, and there are some consequences if you don't. Because I don't know if that's always clear, obviously, because we have some people that are bad actors. So that's all I had with that. It's like, again, I'm not trying to railroad everyone out of town or anything like that and cut music, because I definitely love music, but I think it just has to be considerate.
Do we still have holes in our ordinance?
I believe we do.
What are you calling whole?
Well,
when it comes to anything where there are always, laws are always going to have, people are constantly looking for holes to burrow in laws, but when it deals with the First Amendment, it's impossible to have a watertight ordinance.
Yeah, I would just like to ask if there's consensus to have us look at this. I'd be more than willing to do it, because I've noticed some things, and Drew and I have had some conversations back and forth on some things, and I think we could present some tightening and adjusting to what you have in place. I don't think we need to throw the whole thing out, but I believe there are some tweaks we can make, and if there's consensus to do that, I'm more than willing to put in the work.
If we need to, we just did this, though.
Oh, we did it and did it and did it and did it. So.
It's like the sign ordinance. We were never going to touch it.
And that's why I made the point, because we strengthened it, and then 2 years ago, we weakened it, because it depends on who's out there fussing at you guys.
Okay. So do we have a consensus to look at it and tweak it?
I don't have any issues with looking at what they come back with.
Right.
Okay. And then it becomes
whether we
enforcement.
like it or not.
Right.
But we do need to have a way to enforce it.
Yep.
And
Chair, I think one of the things, and I talked to Drew about it earlier, was, the days of calling in an anonymous code complaint because the music is loud, those days are gone.
Oh, yeah.
Can't call in anonymous.
You can't do that anymore.
Right.
So we had that with that recent place that we had. There were 7 complaints, 1 registered, and 6 by Mr. and Mrs. Anonymous. We cannot investigate those. We won't even be dispatched to them.
Can thank our state legislators for that.
Well, and Drew talked about due process. You do have the right to confront your accuser. If you're telling me my music's loud, you should have to put your name to it. You can't hide behind the veil of, I'm just not going to give you my name.
So Matt, do you tell the people when they phone in if they want to remain anonymous?
No, they can't remain anonymous. If you want us to investigate it, you have to leave your name, address, phone number, so we can contact you. Yes.
And then that is a public record.
Then it's public record.
I think it's probably a good idea, because you have someone that they don't like Sunbros, so they're going to just keep calling in on them
and we had some of
anonymously.
that.
But that's just an example. But everybody loves Sunbros.
But we had that with Tortugas. That's exactly what was going on.
And even before Tortugas, actually, when we went through the strengthening round, when it was, I can't remember the name of the restaurant, but when we went through that one and we were strengthening it, even then, as the commission at the time, That's why when we were using that reasonable person standard, you had to be able, the officer had to go into your house and you had to sign an affidavit. Because we didn't want
Johnny
anonymous.
D's, when Johnny D's was up on North 10th Street.
For
9th Street,
for
whatever.
those types of complaints, we wanted people to put their name to it for I think exactly the reason the chief is saying is it's easy to pick up the phone and say, hey, the music's too loud, and not put your name onto it.
And as far as tools go, can we can get calibrated equipment?
Yeah, once and for all, I want the chief right here on the public record to state where we are with the order of the noise measuring instruments and what the current status is, because I think he's done a good job under difficult situations.
Okay, so here's where we are. We ordered 2 brand new meters. They were supposed to be here last week. They haven't arrived yet. I've already asked Dee, my administrative assistant, to find out where they're at.
Oh, so they're imminent.
Oh, they're coming, right?
And this is not something you can buy on the cookie cutter shit. These have to be legally calibrated.
Right, you can buy a sound meter on Amazon. That doesn't mean it's going to work to what you need. So
You
it's
can
got to
also
be
buy calibrated sound meters on Amazon too.
Right.
With certificates.
But then you have to get them recertified. Where do you send them off to? So the ones that we got, the one that we had, it expired during COVID. Well, everybody was locked down during COVID. So when we went to get it recalibrated, we found out that the tint meter to get, or the sound meter to get recalibrated, the price was ridiculous. So in looking at how old it was, our victim advocate, Donna, who's been there the longest, said, when did we buy that tint meter? She said it was before we moved back into 204 South Flagler.
Oh, wow.
We just we're in the process of replacing a roof. So if we can replace a roof, instead of spending $800 to get a new sound meter, for another couple $100, you get a brand new one. So sometimes you have to say, get 2. This way, there's always a backup. And once we receive them, we'll stagger them. So we'll
And
get
it's the
them.
calibration and the standard and certification you get for the calibration that
Correct.
matters.
So, and then we'll stagger them. So we'll send one off next September and keep one. And then when we get that one back, we'll send the other one. We should have 2 at all times.
Yeah.
There should not be a single, Mr. Whitson talks about it all the time, single point of failure. We won't have that anymore. So hopefully, they'll be here, this coming week.
So we never did at any point have 2 of them?
No, we've only ever had one.
Or none.
Right. Well, it threw me off when you said it was on a boat.
PD had one. I think there was one in the building department. I think building department might have
The
had one.
PD's only had one, and like I said, Donna said they purchased that before they moved back in 2008. So that tint meter, or I keep saying tint meter because I'm used to those, but sound meters, it's extremely old. When you get it recalibrated, it just didn't make any sense for us. So yeah, that's what I was saying. It's probably on a barge off of California. That seems to be where most of the stuff
But
is.
it may well be.
It could well be. So, once they do come, and if Mr. McFadden or the code enforcement officer needs one, we can always sign one out to the new code enforcement officer that they can use it as well, so.
We're good.
But as soon as they come in, I will email Mr. Woodson pictures of them, so we're looking forward to them coming back.
So one last time, would you like for us to look at this, or are you satisfied with what we've done?
Yeah, we agreed that we already did.
And the last thing I'll say about noise is, just for the public, our business owners do a really good job. I mean, guys like, and I'll just name 2, Scott and Paul from Tortugas. They're about the most amenable guys you can get. If you have a problem, you just go to them.
Yeah.
And, Daryl over at Finn's is the last one. If there's a problem, I just call him directly. And then there's no more problem.
I just have one more item.
All right.
I'd just like to say that it's great to be working with a board that is civil.
We are reminded of that every week.
I'm very sincere and serious about
Yeah,
that.
but look, Chris is going to fall asleep. If we were
Yeah.
more interested.
No, I'm very sincere about that. I'm very sincere. Thank you all very much. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner Bellheimer.
Well, I too went to the Veterans Day ceremony which is one of the better ones we've ever had, for sure. Best taps player, that's great color guard. That was a nice addition to previous ones. And great speaker. Jane and myself and the city manager went to Florida League of Cities legislative conference in Orlando for a couple days, a couple weeks back. And one of the things that I signed up to participate in is, I forget, FAST?
FAST,
FAST
yeah.
is the Federal Action Strike Team.
So, Federal Action Strike Team, thank you, City Manager.
It's late.
So what I'm hearing is that Washington, D.C., in their infinite wisdom, is going to be messing with their flood insurance pretty severely. And this action team's, along with others, is trying to postpone the implementation of these new standards. And but if they're not successful, we can expect a pretty good spike in flood insurance coming up. Even if they aren't successful, it'll still be coming.
It's gonna be.
Yeah, it's still going to come someday. Meetings. We've had lots of land development code rewrite meetings, making good progress. We're getting reasonably close to the end. It makes Eric happy. But it's been a lot to it. It's 8 chapters. It's a book yay thick. It's a bit, better part of 2 inches thick. And we've been going over it line by line or page by page, and
Word by word.
Well,
Not quite.
not word by word, but that we try and do our homework before we get there, and then we review it page by page. So after about, how deep are we in this now? Almost 2 years?
Over 2 years, yeah. This has been a long time.
It'll be nice to finally bring this to the finish line, which I'm guessing, February, maybe? By the time we get...
I would think by the time we finish the process, February, March, we'll be able to tie a bow on it.
People asking when
Yes.
to be able to use some of these new ideas that are in there.
Well, that's when we would start hearings, right?
Yeah, I mean, when the committee would finish its work and then, Drew goes through it and it's ready, it's ripe and ready to go. Yeah.
Well, then it has to go to the par board by itself and then to us.
Correct.
By ourselves.
So I was thinking February, March. So, okay, very good. Just wanted to share that. I'm on this Friends of A1A committee, and they got their super scenic garage sale, A1A garage sale coming up. I think it's the 13th one or something. Yeah, so they've been doing it a while. That's this Saturday from 7 to 2.
When it's 39 degrees.
Okay, well, it's 39 degrees.
Seems to always be cold for that.
So unless you're going to yard sales, stay off A1A, because you're not going to get... Yeah, there'll be people in the park. Oh, by the way, while we were at the legislative conference, our own city manager made a presentation to the, what committee was that?
About the ARPA funding.
It was the ARPA fund. It was the general session.
Yeah. He was a rock star. I wrote that down, that you were a rock star.
Yeah. So he did a great job with his presentation. And to your question about the monument, I'll have some real good details early next week.
That's it?
That's it.
Commissioner Mealy.
Okay, get out of here sometime tonight.
Okay. Real quick, if you read through the staff reports that we got, It was very interesting to me for the fire department that driver engineer Wu was doing a whole bunch of public education and working with kids. I was very interested to read that. And from Chief Downey's report that the local Rotary donated 5 GPS bracelets for people with Alzheimer's or, people who wander. Okay. So they'll be able to track where those people are. And I think that's really super wonderful.
Well, it's a strap kind of like that you got on your...
Did they donate it to families or the city? Or?
They donated it to the police department.
Oh, okay.
Penny's trying to wear one right now. Just so she knows where I'm at, she's worried. So
I don't know how it works, but...
So the sheriff's office has a program called Safe Track, and they got theirs through a grant. And what you do is if you have someone that's diagnosed with dementia, Alzheimer's, where they tend to wander, minutes sometimes are life-saving, and to lose a loved one that sometimes just gets out and walks away in the middle of the night can be devastating to a family. So again, I approached the Rotary and they bought 10 of them. They gave 5 to the sheriff's office and 5 to the police department. It's free of charge. There's no cost to the citizens at all. We'll be putting out a press release here probably next week.
Okay.
Maybe the week after Thanksgiving, but huge game changer for folks in our city. Again, at no cost, the Rotary bought them and donated them to us.
Wonderful.
So they,
I remember you had a woman hysterical. I think it was the first Friday.
Yeah,
and her husband had wandered. She had no idea where he was.
We've had probably half a dozen in the last probably 8 years that I've been here, and one I know for sure, she went to bed at 7:30 but got up at 9, and her husband woke up at 3 and she was gone. So she had a 6-hour head start. And we had drones out, dogs, and couldn't find her, and was on the south end close to the water. And luckily the dog kept spinning in circles like he was buffering. I said, she's in somebody's house. And sure enough, she went to a door that was unlocked, and when we did the code red, it woke a gentleman up, and he checked on his couch, and there she was sleeping in his house.
Just a random house?
Just walked, and she only walked a block from her house. She only made it a block.
Oh.
She was pulling on door handles, and his door was open.
Not a known house. They were perfect strangers.
Perfect strangers.
Wow.
Lived down the street from each other, and he came out as we were walking up and said, hey, there's a lady on my couch. So this will help in those efforts where if they do leave the house, we can track them GPS, which is incredible.
It's wonderful.
There's working smart and there's working hard, and then there's doing both. And I think that's...
And you're participating in a Northeast Florida Regional Council contest for public safety of some kind?
I submitted the city for an award through the Northeast Florida Council for law enforcement safety. I haven't heard back, but we did submit our application.
All right, and thank you, Matt. At the legislative conference, one of the workshops was led by Kevin Guthrie, that you may remember was our emergency manager. Well, he's now the state honcho. And he did a really good presentation on emergency pre-planning and all the stuff that we've been very involved in. And like I said, William was a rock star talking about the ARPA funds.
Commissioner, just if I may, just a quick note about Mr. Guthrie. I've been asked by the Florida League of Cities to submit some nominations of other city managers that were experienced in emergency management to help him craft his program.
Oh, wonderful.
And I've been invited along with other city managers to participate. I'm waiting to hear back on the official word on that.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Great. There was a whole lot of review about upcoming legislation that I'll get back to in a minute. I'd like to amuse you further with the guy that wrote the 13 Ways to Kill Your Community. I think this is in the book, but I'm not sure. I told William about this yesterday. You all know what NIMBY is, and not in my backyard. You're going to love this one. Bananas. Build absolutely nothing anywhere near anything. that spells out banana. And I know we've used the term cave people before, Citizens Against Virtually Everything.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, you've
I
never-
like that one.
Oh, back years ago, we had cave people. If you get to watch the video, you'll.
3-2.
Okay, then there are people called nopes, and that means they never say yes to anything ever. It's not letters standing for something, but, and then fears will say anything, even lies, just to create fear and opposition. But my favorite is the bananas. Okay, it's terrific. I listened to the League of Cities has their monthly webinars. If you have a chance, you really should listen to them. They're really interesting. Talking about the special session that really screwed up the whole process, because in the middle of committee weeks, they had a special session, so they couldn't be in their committee meetings. Yeah. So there may be fewer bills this year, which could be a good thing, depending on what those fewer bills are.
Fewer bills packaged with
Yeah.
30 sub-bills inside.
Yeah, right. Could be, could be. They talked about the communication service tax, which we've been getting less and less and less of, and they're going to try and fix that. And about economic development incentives. The legislature thinks that government shouldn't be involved in private business, just in city business. Therefore, they did away with enterprise zones and and cut the funding for Enterprise Florida. So we want to get back into incentivizing jobs and business growth. And then my favorite one, the one I really wanted to talk to you about, is Senator Hudson put in this Senate Bill 280 that says that every ordinance that we pass, we have to list a whole bunch of things about how it affects business.
How it affects business?
Mm-hmm. So tonight we passed an ordinance about electronic filing of election collections. Does that affect you at 7-Eleven?
Oh.
But we would have to go through it. I'm in the process of going through all the ordinances we passed. I'm sorry. All the ordinances we passed over the last year to see just how many of those
Affect business?
Yeah. And it doesn't count budgets, which of course.
And we'd
it
have to
does.
write an impact statement.
And there's a whole bunch
But
of
it's,
these.
it's completely subjective. That's
Not
not
according
black
to
and
the
white.
law, a potential law.
How could you even write that, Drew? It's totally specific.
So specifying it, wait, I'll get you the exact.
So that's something that you're going to have to
I
write.
forwarded it to you, because Edgar had sent it, and I'm pretty sure I forwarded it to you a couple weeks ago.
I consider that to be a tremendous overreach.
You think?
It's definitely a potential unfunded mandate.
Uh-huh. A statement of the public purpose to be served by the ordinance, such as serving public health, safety, and
Doing
welfare.
exactly what they don't want the
A
federal government
statement
to
of
do
the
now.
reasonable connection between the public purpose and the expected effects of the ordinance, the estimated economic effect of the ordinance on businesses both within and outside the municipality. So it isn't even just our own businesses, but Palm Coast businesses. A good faith estimate of the number of businesses likely to be affected, an analysis of the extent to which the proposed ordinance is likely to determine or encourage the formation of new business, an analysis of the extent to which the proposed ordinance will impede the ability of businesses within the municipality to compete with other businesses, and it goes on from there. Every ordinance.
That hasn't passed, though.
Well, it's proposed. So Edgar gave us what the league said so far. I'm not even agreeing with the league. I think this bill just needs to go away. The league is saying, well, if you got to pass it, do this, cut it down to that. And I'm just saying, go away. You're ready to say something, I can tell.
No, not really, just snarky, actually. You could always send a letter saying, if you pass this, then we want you to do the same kind of analysis for how your bill is going to
Right,
impact
at the
local
state level.
governments.
Yeah.
But that doesn't seem to matter. So I'm working on that one. And we had the fire and police pension board meetings. Pensions are doing well. And I'll stop there. Sorry, Debbie.
Oh, that's okay. I just have one thing. I'm excited to say, with the help of our city manager, we will see Pal Parker Park on the agenda for December 9th. The intent is to approve the project and move forward without sending it, let me slow down, sending an RFP to contractors. And we've done this once before, so we'll be doing it again, and hopefully everything will get approved on December 9th. Because we do have until September. We have until September 2022 to get it completed. So we don't have, it was a one-year extension.
That's complete, everything.
For the fine grant, Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, no more extensions.
No more extensions. So we want to get this done and get the project.
Let's do it.
Yeah, completed by September. So everybody will see it on December 9th. That's all I have.
I don't have much. I don't know if y'all know that Flagler Beach has our own semi-professional surf team.
Only from your Facebook things, yeah.
And it's relatively new. This is within the year, but there are a lot of folks that are on this surf team that are actually ranked, in the top 20 in the world, and actively compete at the professional level. And they are going to be competing in Jacksonville Saturday for the Florida Cup. They had their surf contest. It's the board riders, and we have our Flagler board riders. But they had their contest here, and they have moved to the Florida Cup Finals, which is going to be held in Jackson. They'll be up there surfing, representing, and I'll be up there with them. And it's almost like we have our own sports team. And it's perfect because it blends in right with our culture and our character and who we are. But honestly, I've been involved in the surf community as long as I've lived here, but I had no idea until I really started paying a lot of attention to the contest, the huge experience level that our little city has. We have folks that are competing and winning on the world stage.
Number 2 in the world comes from Flagler Beach.
Really?
Well, we had number 1 in women's too. We have lots of.
There's a lot. There's tons. We have a junior. He's 16 years old, and there was a while there he was ranked number 3 on the planet, and I think he slipped into the low teens, which is still phenomenal for world. And this is Olympics level style competing. So anybody that feels like making a road trip and representing, they'll be up in Jax on Saturday. But I wanted to make sure that everybody knew that, because that's a very big deal. Flagler Beach has, none of the locals know of a time where Flagler Beach proper actually had their own surf team. We have individuals that compete on surf teams.
Yeah, that I know.
But we've never had our own surf team. This is actually our own Flagler Beach surf team. And so that's pretty neat. Mm-hmm. And the only other thing I won't be at the next meeting. So you're in for Pal Parker. And I have a Christmas family event that I can't get out of. So I will not be here for the next one. And that is all I got. And public comment, last round of public comment. Any members of the public, if you can come up, please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes. Everybody loves Sun Brothers.
Travis Sundell, 42 Londonderry. I wasn't going to say anything, but since you brought up the sign ordinances, on our building, we want to put our logo on one of the off walls off the street. And according to ordinance, you can't do that. You can put murals up there, but you can't do just like your logo. Personally, I don't know what, it doesn't make sense to me. Because if we can do a mural that's going to fade within a couple of years, I don't know why we can't just do a nice, modest black and white logo on those walls. We have the wall on our patio side, and then the other wall that is over towards 100, that when you come over the bridge, it would be the perfect spot to put our logo. So while we're here, I just thought, why not make this last a little bit longer? And if you guys...
This will not benefit you.
I know, right? If you guys could just look at that and see, it just doesn't make any logical sense why we couldn't do that. We're not trying to do anything crazy. We just want to put our logo on that side. So
Okay, and I can help with that. You're speaking of a sign. We have a sign ordinance. There are many options that you can do. What you would need to do is work with our city staff, and they can present you options, because you have two different things. You have murals, and then you have signs. You're just talking about a sign that is painted.
where we want to paint our logo on the wall.
Correct. So that is a sign, correct, Drew? And which falls under our sign ordinance. And there are options you can do. So don't think that you can't do anything. There are things you can do, but it has to just comply with the sign ordinance. So you have murals and you got signs, and if you differentiate the two, that's easy to do. What would be the best point of contact for that?
Building department?
Again, I wasn't even going to bring it up, but you said something about signs.
No, I can get with him and contact Larry and figure some options out.
Okay. There are options though. So it's just not a no.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Cool. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
You got a prize because you stayed.
Maybe that's something you can look at, Drew, because I believe it says in there something you can have signs on two sides of a building or something. Does it have to be road front?
I'll look at that part of it. It probably...
Because this one, they got a corner property.
Yeah.
It probably is road front, and that would be common in sign codes because typically we're orienting signs towards the traffic, and sign codes are all a balancing act between allowing people to have their signs and curbing clutter. So we can take a look at that, but I suspect it sounded like that he had looked at the code, so I'm going to take his word for it that it says what you're saying, and it limits which faces of the building the signage can be on.
So I think
as
that's
far
his
as
challenge.
Signs versus murals, what the chair said is absolutely right, and part of the reason murals are now allowed to incorporate a logo because you relaxed your mural definition a little bit, but the logo has to be a small portion of, not the entirety of, which is probably
I think it was
the problem that
10%.
they're running into.
Right. There's a lot of options. Any other members of the public wish to speak on anything? All right, we'll close public comment.
Thank you for hanging out so long.
That last comment's going to cost you. All right.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.